we will be joined by our special guest for our insider session. Before we begin, let us invoke the goddess Saraswati, the divine source of wisdom and intellect. We invite our outreach head, Mr. Hitesh Hadkar, to present the Saraswati Vandana and request everyone to rise for the same.
Everyone, please join your hands. या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्तामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माण्डितशङ्कर प्रभृतिवी देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मापासु सरस्वती भगवती विशेषजाड्यापहा विशेषजाड्यापहा. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hitesh, for that serene start. To kick things off, we have our respected faculty coordinator, Mrs. Priyanka Deshmukh ma'am, who will guide us through the YEWS program and share insights on the UNICEF youth engagement and water stewardship. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Kumkum. Should we begin? Yeah. So, good afternoon. Anurag. Okay. So, we'll begin our orientation and direction setting presentation. Green Club. So, it comes under YEWS. आपने बहुत बार आपके जो आपके पास बैनर्स आए जो सर्कुलेशन मैसेज है उसमें YEWS लिखा होगा, उसका फुल फॉर्म आपने पढ़ा है कभी? फुल फॉर्म पढ़ा है उसका कभी? यूथ एंगेजमेंट फॉर वाटर स्टीवर्डशिप, ये YEWS का फुल फॉर्म है. एंड यहाँ पे जो आपको सारे लोगोज दिख रहे हैं, दे आर द वन हु आर रनिंग ग्रीन क्लब. महायूथ फॉर क्लाइमेट एक्शन. दिस इज, ये किसका सिंबल है? हाँ, किसका सिंबल है ये? लोगो किसका है वो? कौन से बॉडी का लोगो है वो? हाँ, CEE जो वाटर कंजर्वेशन वाले हैं उनका लोगो है वो. And followed by UNICEF, Aquadam. All these are the running authorities who run Green Club. Okay. Now these all will go in when, and University of Mumbai has taken charge of Green Club throughout the Mumbai. It was until now running with DT. It was running under all these bodies. Now the charge has been taken by University of Mumbai. ये लोगों ने पहले ट्रायल रन पे 3 साल के लिए ग्रीन क्लब रन करके देखा. And now they are handing it over to the University of Mumbai. Next. Next. So basically youth engagement for water stewardship करके है. So why are we focusing youth? What is the need to focus youth? यूथ को क्यों फोकस करना है? वी कैन फोकस अडल्ट, वी कैन फोकस किड्स. दे आर द वन हु विल बी प्रेजेंटिंग द फ्यूचर. सस्टेनेबिलिटी अगर मेंटेन करना है तो the youth need to be focused. And it was basically water stewardship, as in we were only focusing on water, but then later on few more parameters were developed. So we are focusing on water saving, water conservation parameters. Next. So it's all about water. So is there anyone from Marathwada here? मराठवाड़ा में पता है क्या क्या आता है? लातूर, नांदेड़, परली, परभनी. एनीवन फ्रॉम मराठवाड़ा? जालना? कहाँ से हो? जालना से हो. इज देयर वाटर अवेलेबल विथ यू व्हेन इट्स द मार्च, अप्रैल, मई, जून? पूरा सीजन वाटर रहता है वहाँ पे? हाँ, तो वही समर के ही मंथ्स काउंट कर रही हूँ मैं. Water, there is no water supply from the government, as well as there is no water in the bore wells as well. This is the situation of Marathwada. Is there anyone from Vidarbha? Amravati, Akola, Nagpur? You are from Nagpur, but it is like less prone than the Marathwada. Marathwada region से थोड़ा less prone है Vidarbha, but Marathwada is really in poor condition as compared to water situations. Okay. Now second thing, you must have heard the water was sent in train to Latur during COVID. आपने सुना था ये चीज़? नहीं सुना था? There was no water in Latur district, and trains filled with water were sent from one point to other filled with water. मतलब there was no water over there. This was during COVID times. You imagine, हम लोग पानी एक पॉइंट से दूसरे पॉइंट कब भेजते हैं? जब देर इज़ नो वाटर एट द अदर पॉइंट, करेक्ट? तो वो लातूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के प्रीमाइसेस में भी देर वॉज नो वाटर लेफ्ट. दैट वॉज द सिचुएशन. एंड इसके लिए, एंड देर वॉज नो डाइवर्जेंस पॉसिबल, देर वॉज नो पॉसिबल कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ डैम्स, नथिंग एल्स. सो द फिजिबल सोल्यूशन वॉज टू सेंड द ट्रेन फिल्ड विथ वाटर टू द लातूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट फ्रॉम मुंबई. मुंबई में पानी कहाँ से आता है पता है आपको? एनी आइडिया? कौन से डैम से? हाँ, बट नाम क्या है? अपने नाम तो पता होने चाहिए आपको. क्या ज़रूरत है? टैप ओपन करो, पानी आ रहा है, ख़त्म. तानसा, भादसा, वैतरना, नाम सुने आपने? ये सुने कभी नाम? पेपर में सुने डैम्स इतने फुल हो गए हैं, इतना पानी उनमें भर चुका है, इट इज़ हैविंग सफिशिएंट वाटर अप टू अप्रैल ओनली, इट इज़ हैविंग सफिशिएंट वाटर फॉर द इंटायर समर सीजन, होते ना. सो तानसा, भादसा, वैतरना, ये सारे डैम्स है जो पूरे मुंबई डिस्ट्रिक्ट को पानी प्रोवाइड करते हैं. सो बेसिकली द महाराष्ट्र रीजन इज़ ड्राइंग अप rapidly. The only reason to establish this thing is we need to give small efforts to reduce this dryness. Dry in terms of water. Here we are just focusing about water only, nothing else. And it is basically related to water and the people acting to it. Now if you go to the regions जहाँ पे गंगा बहती है, upper part of Maharashtra, the soil culture is also very good over there. The soil texture is also good. They have good food. They have good water. Everything is good. It is just one reason कि उनके पास पानी अच्छा है. Same thing, you visit to Parbhani district, you visit to Marathwada district, Marathwada region, there is poor amount of water available in the summer season. It is the situation, अगर municipal corporation को उनको पानी भी भेजना है तो they will be sending water with a gap of 1 month or 2 month. 1-2 महीने में एक बार पानी आ रहा है, कितना पानी स्टोर करके रखोगे? There is a limit to store water as well. अभी उनके पास तो सिचुएशन अलग है, समझो, उनके पास तो बड़े बड़े घर भी होते हैं. सेम सिचुएशन अगर मुंबई में आई तो क्या करोगे? इतना इतना सा घर होता है, उसमें भी सब बर्तनों में पानी भर के रखोगे, चलोगे कहाँ पे? ये सिचुएशन जो मराठवाड़ा रीजन में आई है वो पूरे महाराष्ट्र में परकोलेट होने में टाइम नहीं लगेगा. It will not take much time if the efforts are less from our end, and so there we exist. Okay, next. This is the structure of the club which was given when it was established. There is one faculty coordinator followed by the 4 core members. One is president, one is vice president, the next one is documentation, and the last one is the campaign coordinator. The role of campaign is to organize events. The role of documentation is to document the stuff, whatever the events are organized. President, vice president will be there to look after the indoor outdoor events with tying up with few people, tying up with other clubs and so on. Next. So basically the membership for club is for 2 years. If you are entering into club for first year, you need to be there for 2 years. If you are there only for 1 year, you will get Green Enthusiast certificate, which is signed with the authority of Green Club UNICEF officers. It is signed by us as well because we are the mediator. Also, it is signed on behalf of UNICEF as well. There are signatures of UNICEF authorities as well. If you are continuing for 2 years, next, you will get certificate of Green Champion. So it is for 2 years. Okay. Next. So next, I've often seen people posting messages, use YEWS app, use YEWS app. So there are 2 main basic mottos of Green Club. First is YEWS app and second one is the MICA courses. Okay. So first one is YEWS app. So जो लोग messages float करते हैं, assuming that they are also using YEWS daily, assuming that many people because of them are using YEWS app daily, आप में you are just randomly opening and ticking up the thing, or you are actually doing the stuff. If you are actually doing the stuff, you are actually part of the sustainable campaign, not Green Club, sustainable campaign. And if you are just randomly, just for the sake of ticking, you are just doing the thing, it's not required. Stop it right now only. वो कोई देखने भी नहीं वाला है कि आपने कितनी बार उसको ओपन करके टिक किया, आपने कितनी बार मैसेज फ्लोट किया. There has to be sense in every activity that you do. So one is YEWS. This app is developed for the sake of like how much quantity of water is being saved by the youth of the colleges, just to keep the track. For my sake, keeping track of all these students is very easy. Now it's not only just one club is throughout the Mumbai district, सब colleges को mandatory किया है Green Club establish करने के लिए. So to keep a track of all the institutes, this YEWS is used by the other authorities as well. From my login, I can keep the track of all of you who are using, who are not using, who is active on leaderboard, who daily tracks, who daily signs up the activities and all those things. Similarly, my track is kept by the district nodal officer. Like under me, 1,000 people have registered. So are those 1,000 students really using the app or they are not using? If they are using, how much water is being saved? That kind of real-time data they get on the YEWS app. Okay. Next. Now the next thing that I told you was the MICA courses, which was the self-paced courses. Self-paced as in खुद के पेस से वो करना है. मुझे लगता है कि मुझे आज दिन भर में वो पूरा कोर्स खत्म करना है. आई विल टेक दैट टाइम. No time limit is given to you that you need to complete this in 2 hours. This is to be completed in 4 hours. So उसका नाम self-paced courses है. Self-paced courses में there are n number of modules जिसमें 2 are mandatory. 2 are mandatory and remaining are electives. So if you go in second year, I guess second year, 4th same or 3rd same, I guess, these courses are made mandatory under the subject of environmental studies or something kind of subject है, उसमें वो compulsory किया है. So if you do it right now, you can submit the same certificate to the faculty who are teaching you the subject. Next. So this is the login portal. If you have not done, you should do it. Next. सो दिस आर द डिफरेंट पैरामीटर जिसके ऊपर कोर्सेज बनाए हैं. फर्स्ट इज लिविंग विथ क्लाइमेट चेंज, biocultural, energy management and waste management. So this course is compulsory and remaining 3 are over here. The picture when was taken was remaining 3 are optional. So if you do, it is an eye-opening sessions जो इस यहाँ पे उन्होंने run किया, and it is on real time parameter. जैसे actually people from the Latur district, actually people from the various regions are talking and they are sharing their experience. Next. Now assuming you have done self-paced course, at least mandatory ones, assuming you are using YEWS app, now you have already participated. आपके बीज already आपने बो कर लिए यहाँ पे लगा दिए हैं. Now I want what is its impact, because without impact there is no participation. आपने इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशन लिया, 10 साल 12 साल आप इंजीनियरिंग ही कर रहे हो, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है? ज़ीरो. So impact is necessary whenever you are participating. Either in terms of participation you have gained experience, or either in terms of participation you understood the impact. Okay? So from every one of you, I want participation to impact ka cycle. This session won't be one way, this will be two-way session. Fine? So every one of you will be sharing your story, which I'll be asking you. Fine? Next. So first activity is, I want one green habit that you have generated, that you have developed in you since you have started the green club, since you have entered the green club. Like for me, if you'll ask, for me the green habit that I've inculcated in me is using water very consciously. Using water very consciously. Like if I see someone is keeping the tap open, मुझे गुस्सा आ जाता है कि why are you keeping the tap open? आपने साबुन लगाना है हाथ को तो टैप बंद करके लगाओ. Why are you wasting that much of water? So that kind of habit I have generated, developed in me, and that use of water is very conscious. Like from your end, I want to know what habits you have developed since you have entered the green club. Like you must have done the self-paced course, that is first is living with climate change. क्लाइमेट चेंज के साथ अगर रहना है तो आपको आप में क्या चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे वो उस कोर्स में दिया है, फर्स्ट थिंग. सेकंड, YEWS ऐप में आप डेली चीज़ें करते हो, पानी सेव करना, ये करना, वो करना, बहुत सारी चीज़ें, उसमें से आप आपकी लाइफ में क्या इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हो वो चीज़ मुझे चाहिए. प्लीज़ सर्क्यूलेट द माइक. Yes, please.
Hello. Yes.
One green habit that you are doing.
When we open a tap, the water speed is slow.
You keep the water tap slow.
Yes. When I hand washing and other things, and best is managed properly, or not in street. I taking any packet from a shop. I not throw any street. I pick up any dustbin I see in street, then throw it in. No.
Throw it into the dustbin.
Yes.
Yes, very good. Next.
एक्चुअली जो वाटर ओवरफ्लो होता है उसको स्टोर कर देते फ्यूचर यूज़ के लिए. टैब टैब अगर फुल कभी होता है ऐसा बिल्डिंग में पानी आती है तो एक्सेस वाटर होता है तो उसको स्टोर करके रख सकते फ्यूचर यूज़ के लिए.
नहीं, ग्रीन हैबिट दैट यू हैव डेवलप्ड, दिस इज अ आइडिया, समथिंग दैट यू आर पोस्टिंग. हैबिट इज समथिंग, मुझे घर पे जाते वक्त जब मैं निकलता हूँ कॉलेज से तो मुझे गाने सुनने की आदत है, उसके बिना मैं निकलता ही नहीं हूँ. इज हैबिट, दैट हैबिट आई एम आस्किंग. इफ नॉट यू हैव टू डेवलप. उधर माइक दो सौम्या. लास्ट
कि जैसे घर कॉलेज से घर पे जाते वक्त जो बॉटल में पानी बचता है वो फिर ना फेंक इधर उधर फेंकने के बजाय प्लांट्स में डाल देना। और फिर जैसा घर एक ग्रीन हैबिट ये भी हुई क्या, जो ग्रीन वेस्ट है उसको ग्रीन अलग करके मीन्स, हाँ मीन्स जो वेस्ट है, जो ड्राई वेस्ट है और जो वेट वेस्ट है उसको अलग करना। जैसा हॉस्टल में अब सब एक ही जगह पे करते हैं और उसको मिक्स हो जाता है सब, तो वो अलग करने की।
बट इन यूजुअल केस इफ यू सी मुंबई डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वेस्ट इज कलेक्टेड इन डिफरेंट फेजेस ओनली, लाइक वेट वेस्ट एंड ड्राई वेस्ट अलग ही कलेक्ट करते हैं वो लोग।
बट जैसा भी हॉस्टल में तो नहीं होता है ना वैसा ही, तो फिर वो एक जो जो रिसाइकेबल वेस्ट है उसको कलेक्ट करके उसको रिसाइकल करना है।
No, those are solutions you are telling me. I'm asking the habit you have developed in you. ये चीज़ जो तुम बोल रहे हो उसके ऊपर भी मैं आने वाली हूँ इन अपकमिंग स्लाइड्स, बट हियर आई वांट अ हैबिट।
एक हैबिट जो वाटर सेव करना है, जो सबसे बेस्ट वही है।
हाँ, बट what are you doing efforts? What are your efforts?
जैसा जहाँ जितना कम यूज़ हो सके उतना यूज़ करना, जैसे टैप्स को स्लोली रन करना। और फिर ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है पानी की वहाँ, फिर जैसा टैप ओपन दिखे या फिर लीक दिखे तो।
Apart from water, is there anyone who can talk apart from water?
I, I plant a tree every month over here or at my native place. Every month or between 1 to 10. Right.
Very nice, very nice. So the green habits you need to inculcate in yourself. When you are starting for a big problem, no, you need to start from your end first and then move ahead. Okay? So first is develop a green habit in yourself. That is very necessary. प्रॉब्लम सबके पास है, पहले खुद से स्टार्ट करो। खुद डूबे हुए हो तो पहले खुद बाहर आओ एंड देन दूसरे को सेव करो। नेक्स्ट, next is the sustainable activity that you already follow or one environmental issue you care about. So issues are, there are so many. जो sustainable develop SDGs बने हैं वो सारे issues पर ही बने हैं। तो that doesn't mean कि only 17 issues are there, right? So there are many issues. उसमें से आप कौन से issue के लिए ज़्यादा bother करते हैं, that I want to know. Like here, the first is learning. From my end is I understand there is third thing. If I go in random hotels, restaurant, if I see the tap is leaky, I'll report them immediately. This tap is leaky, please fix it up. And fourth thing, that is giving a action. And this is to be reported, the tap is leaky, to not be reported to the waiter who is serving food over there, to be reported to the one who is sitting on the counter and taking the money. So then only they will care about that particular thing. So this is called as the sustainable habit. Fine. This is the overall cycle. Problem पता है, काम किया and then output आया. मुझे सिर्फ पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं चाहिए नाम के खातिर, हाँ बैठे हैं ख़त्म किया, नहीं चाहिए. What thing you are developing in you is important. Fine. So I want this thing from you. One environmental issue you care about. अभी बीच में बारिश हो रहा था, मार्च में बहुत कुछ चीज़ें हुई है, बारिश भी हो रहा था, वॉर भी चल रहा है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें चल रही है. क्यों हो रहा है ऐसे? बिकॉज क्लाइमेट इज चेंजिंग. नाउ अवधूत सर विल स्पीक मोर अबाउट क्लाइमेट, बट देन बिफोर वी मूव टू दैट सेशन आई वॉन्ट टू नो फ्रॉम योर एंड what issues are there from your end that you are telling about environment. मैंने प्रॉब्लम भी बोला आपको. प्रॉब्लम इज फर्स्ट इज वाटर, सेकेंड व्हाट आई एम डूइंग फॉर इट, एंड थर्ड व्हाट इज द सॉल्यूशन फॉर इट. मेरा वो एक टैप बंद करने से बहुत ज़्यादा पानी नहीं सेव हो गया, बट यस एटलीस्ट जितना वेस्ट हो रहा था उतना सेव हो गया. So from your end, I want to know the efforts done by you people. or the environmental issue that you care about. इश्यूज तो बहुत सारे हैं. Last. I'll ask anyone randomly. You need to be ready.
एक्चुअली मैम हमारे विलेज में ना फार्मिंग भी होता है तो
You're from which area?
बिहार से
Okay.
वहाँ पे लैंड है, अच्छा एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड है तो फार्मिंग होता है. सो वहाँ पे एक्चुअली अगर हम 1 एकड़ की बात करें तो पहले अगर 4 लाख लीटर वाटर यूज़ होता था नॉर्मली ऐसा फील्ड में दे दिया, तो अब उसकी जगह हमने ना ड्रिप इरिगेशन टाइप डाला है जहाँ से ना पॉइंट ऐसा वाटर ड्रॉप जाता है, तो उसमें अराउंड 40,000 लीटर ही जाता है, जिससे बहुत ज़्यादा ही वाटर बचा है हमारा.
Drip irrigation is a solution, correct. Next. So this is a solution for water conservation. Water conservation के लिए ये एक उन्होंने उपाय बताया है. उसके अलावा कुछ है या आप कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे हो? इशू तो पता होना चाहिए. एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज क्या चल रहे हैं? स्टैंड अप एंड आंसर सो दैट फोटोग्राफर कैन अंडरस्टैंड किसका फोटो ले.
सो लाइक प्लास्टिक वेस्ट ज़्यादा होता है अभी समंदर में, सबसे बड़ा वही है. और रिलीजियस बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, दूध पानी डालते हैं उसके अंदर, लाइक ऐसे कुछ पानी में दूध डालते हैं नदी किनारे, ऐसे कुछ बहुत सारा ये भी इश्यू है बहुत.
Plastic management is saying in oceans, plastic dumped in oceans. Apart from that, this is giving me real time data, like who are actually using the YEWS app, who have actually done the self paced course. नंबर नहीं चाहिए मुझे, जो वहाँ बड़ा सा नंबर दिखेगा वो नहीं चाहिए. If I am able to train under me only 10 students या train green club members, that is more than enough for me. That is an achievement. There are so many issues. Climate is changing. Climate क्यों change हो रहा है? Tree plantations नहीं हो रहे. So many issues are there. You can talk at least on 1 or 2. Water conservation, waste management. Soumya.
Ma'am, actually, air quality index is a major issue that we are facing.
Correct.
And carbon footprint that we all make.
Correct.
For that, I have a solution. I generally switch off lights and fans.
Very good.
House.
Yes. Very good. Next slide. Activity 3 is, we have started with small step, taken a little bigger one, and this is the biggest one. I want you to suggest one practical green activity that we can implement in our college. आगे ब्रैकेट में जो लिखा है वो भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है. इन कॉलेज इन 1 month with less funds. आप अगर बोलोगे कि रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग करना है, वो है ऑलरेडी कॉलेज में. आप बोलोगे सोलर पैनल इंस्टॉलेशंस, वो भी है कॉलेज में.
प्लांटिंग हम लोग कर सकते हैं. अगर कोई एरिया रहता है, अगर कॉलेज प्लांट के लिए वो बहुत कम पैसा लगता है, हम लोग फुटपाथ पे रहे या कहीं जहाँ एरिया बहुत कम प्लांट है तो वहाँ हम लोग जाके प्लांटिंग कर सकते हैं. उसमें ज़्यादा खर्च नहीं, एक ग्रुप बनाने का, उधर पे जाने का, प्लांटिंग करने का.
उधर पे नहीं, कॉलेज में करना है. कॉलेज में सब कुछ कॉलेज में वी कैन इम्प्लीमेंट इन आवर कॉलेज.
वो भी कर सकते हैं.
हाँ, कॉलेज में कर सकते हैं ट्री प्लांटेशन, डेफिनेटली कर सकते हैं.
विंडोज हो गया, उधर पे भी हरा कर सकते हैं.
वेरी गुड. यस, दैट्स अ सॉल्यूशन. दैट इज वन वी कैन थिंक ऑफ. यस.
emphasizing more on sprinkle irrigation.
कॉलेज में कहाँ स्प्रिंकल इरिगेशन
ऐसा
करोगे?
उसका इम्पोर्टेंस वगैरह बताते हुए।
बट हाउ इज इट यूजफुल टू कॉलेज?
मतलब
जैसे रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग इज समथिंग जहाँ पे कॉलेज दिखा सकता है यस वी डू रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, सोलर पैनल्स भी है.
using boards and some instructions and so that they can develop in rural areas.
ओके, नेक्स्ट.
मेरे को लगता है कि टैप चेंज करना चाहिए, जहाँ पे हम लोग एक बार टैप कर देते तो ज़्यादा पानी गिरता
वेरी गुड, यस
अपने हिसाब से रखे रहे तो
यस यस, देयर यू आर.
मैम वैसे जो कॉलेज का हमारा नल है वहाँ पर भी तो वेस्टेज ऑफ वाटर होता ही है।
हाँ होता है ना, एक बार टैप प्रेस करने के लिए हाथ धोने के बाद भी वाटर बहता ही
हाँ,
रहता है. यस
तो मैम वहाँ पर चेंजेस करना चाहिए ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
यस, नेक्स्ट. जो भी रिकॉर्ड कर रहे रील्स बनाते वक्त ये डालना, टीसीटी को टैग करना. नेक्स्ट. नेक्स्ट. आपके डियर फ्रेंड चैट जीपीटी को पूछिए, वो बताएगा आपको. नेट नहीं चल रहा इधर, अरे अरे सो सैड. कुछ तो बताओ. कुछ तो आइडियाज चाहिए ना जो कॉलेज में इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं आप, क्योंकि हर दूसरे दिन कुछ ग्रीन करके आता है, द मेल इज थ्रोन टू ग्रीन क्लब. whatever green is coming, green campus, green zone, green environment, whatever random word green comes, green club को वो मेल थ्रो किया जाता है. सो आउट ऑफ दैट वो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी एक्टिविटीज़ होती है. आई वॉन्ट द स्मॉलर एक्टिविटीज़ दैट कैन बी कंडक्टेड. बोलो, मुझसे बात करो. माइक दो उनको, माइक दो सौम्या. हाँ बोलो. कुछ नहीं, कोई एक्टिविटी नहीं करवानी है. यू सीम टू बी WC. कुछ तो आइडियाज दो.
हेलो मैम, जैसे कि एक वीक में मतलब सारे स्टूडेंट्स को मिलके कॉलेज में साफ़ सफाई करनी चाहिए थोड़े से, और हाँ, और वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कर सकते हैं.
Waste management you can do, yes, definitely you can go for waste management. Waste management, to be precise, of what? You're talking about e-waste, you're talking about solid waste. Solid waste में भी there are different categories. You're talking about what?
सॉलिड वेस्ट और सब, जैसे कि कैंटीन से जो कचरा आता है वो सब.
कैंटीन से जो कचरा आता है उसका मतलब जो रैपर्स होते हैं उस चीज़ का बात कर रहे हो कि फूड वेस्ट का बात कर रहे हो?
फूड वेस्ट
क्या करना है फूड वेस्ट का?
डिकम्पोज कर सकते सारे, मतलब इंसेक्टिसाइड पेस्टिसाइड डाल सकते.
That can be done.
एक्चुअली हम क्या कर सकते हैं, जो भी वाटर वेस्टेज होगा तो उसको हम थोड़ा फ़िल्टर करके फॉर वी कैन यूज़ फॉर द प्लांट्स और क्लीनिंग ऑफ द फ्लोर ऑफ द कॉलेज. हम वो कर सकते हैं जिससे कि वो बेटर रहेगा, बेटर यूज़ रहेगा उसका.
मैम वो गार्डन एरिया उधर हैंड वॉश एरिया है ना, उसको हम लोग जो वाटर फ्लो होता है उसको हम लोग प्लांट्स में डाल सकते हैं, जो उससे प्लांट्स फ्लो हो सकते हैं.
मैम हम एक बोटेनिकल गार्डन बांध सकते हैं या फिर मेडिकल गार्डन, मतलब एक कॉर्नर में तो बना सकते हैं ना.
कैन वी नॉट गो फॉर जो AC से पानी आता है, जो ड्रिप होता है पानी, दैट्स प्योर वाटर. इट डजेंट रिक्वायर ट्रीटमेंट, इट्स जस्ट रिक्वायर पाइपलाइन. इतने ACs है कॉलेज में, अगर सबको पाइपलाइन किया एंड वो पानी स्टोर किया तो इट विल बी यूजफुल फॉर प्लांटिंग द फॉर वाटरिंग द प्लांट्स डेफिनेटली. That's a solution, right? That water is anyways wasted. Correct? Next. So from your end, I expect long-term impact, not just participation. आई कार्ड पहन के नहीं होगा. ठीक है? So there is one thing which is like action based. like मुझे पता है ट्री प्लांटेशन करना है, उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है. ट्री प्लांटेशन करके आके पोस्ट्स डालने से नहीं होगा, उसको अपने को अडॉप्ट भी करना पड़ेगा. हर महीने में, हर हफ्ते में उसको जाके देखो वो ज़िंदा है कि मर गया है. इफ़ द प्लांट इज़ डेड अगेन रीप्लांट इट एंड देन टेक केयर. एंड अगर वो बड़ा हुआ तो वो कितना ऑक्सीजन कंज्यूम दे रहा है, कितना कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ले रहा है. इट इज़ ऑब्वियसली कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू द क्लाइमेट. सो इनडायरेक्टली वॉट एवर एक्टिविटीज़ यू आर डूइंग इज सेविंग एनवायरमेंट. सो जस्ट बी इन दैट प्रोसेस. इसीलिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी वर्ड है. फाइन. सो दैट्स इट फ्रॉम माई एंड. हैंडिंग इट टू यू. थैंक यू.
Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring orientation. Now, anyone have any question or doubt? This is perfect time to ask and clarify. And now, the moment we all have been waiting for, the result of our Creative Rebellion competition, which had 3 competitions, namely tomorrow's front page, where the student had to predict the headline of the newspaper in 2050. That could be show, triumph or tragedy. Next was satire shorts, where participants had to create 3 meme titles with their own satirical caption and hints of humor that captures the harsh reality of our environment. The last contest, named Conflict Voices, was about dialogue writing between 2 real world or imaginary characters through which the reality of the surrounding that we live gradually unfolds. So without further delay, let's announce the winners. I request Priyanka ma'am to kindly come on dais for the felicitation, and also request our president Miss Samiksha Kamerkar to come on the stage and announce the winners. We request the respective candidates to kindly come on the stage and collect their well-deserved certificates.
So now I will announce the winners. First competition was tomorrow's front page. So the first place goes to Adit Shirke, FEITC. This is the headlines which he has given. Global temperature crosses 3 degrees. Coastal cities begin final evacuation. बहुत अच्छा था, हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा था इनका हेडलाइंस. तो अभी वो यहाँ पे नहीं है, तो हम इनका दिखा रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट बर्दर, उनको हम बोल देंगे बाद में. सेकेंड गोज टू प्रियांशु कुमावत, FEAIMLB. This is his headline. Third place goes to Vedant Vadia, FEITD. Now we move to the second competition, that is satire shorts. Third place goes to Pratham Gupta, SE Comp A. Second place goes to Ritika Yadav, FE Comp D. Everyone give a round of applause for her. Rishabh Darji, FEMME. He is not present over here, so but बहुत ही अच्छा था, बहुत ही उसमें दिख रहा है कि उसने बहुत मेहनत की है जो भी बनाने में, एंड इसलिए उसको हमने फर्स्ट प्लेस दिया. Now the last competition, Voices in Conflict. The third place goes to Krish God, FE Comp A. वो भी यहाँ पे नहीं है, उसने भी बहुत अच्छा लिखा था. Then second goes to Abhijit Shetty, SEAIML B. And first place goes to Naitik Singh, FECSE CSC. Okay.
Well, to all the participants, you definitely gave a tough competition as entries we received were quite difficult to choose from, so don't get disheartened. Your participation is just start. There are many more opportunities awaiting for you all. The participation certificate will be mailed to all of you by Monday, so keep an eye on the inbox. Once again, heartily congratulations to all the winners. Let's cheer them on. On this happy note, we wrap up our first segment of today's program. Thank you so much everyone for being present here today. We indeed appreciate it. Well, now take a short break. For those we wish to continue, stay tuned because the second half promises an exciting insider session with our esteemed guest who will be joining us shortly.
एवरीबडी शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो बिकॉज हमारे गेस्ट आने वाले हैं, 2 गेस्ट हैं, तो हम चाहते हैं कि आप उनके साथ भी इंटरैक्टिव सेशन रखो. बहुत इंटरैक्टिव सेशन हो गए, बहुत एक्टिविटीज़ होने वाले आगे उन्होंने प्लान किए है तुम लोगों के लिए. सो एक छोटा सा ब्रेक ले लो एंड वापस यहीं पे आना है और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन होने वाला है. तो मिलते हैं जल्दी ही. आपको आना है शार्प 2:45 तक आ जाओ, ठीक है. 2:45 SH1 में 4th फ्लोर आ जाओ. ओके, ठीक है.
the most awaited insider session on climate action and urban sustainability. This is not just a seminar but an experience and opportunity to learn, engage, and discover how each of us can be a part of building smarter and greener cities. Before we begin, let us invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the divine source and wisdom and intellect. We invite our outreach head, Mr. Hitesh Hadkar, to present the Saraswati Vandana and request everyone to rise for the same.
Please join your hands. या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्तामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माण्डितशङ्कर प्रभुतिवी देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मापासु सरस्वती भगवती विशेषजाड्यापहा विशेषजाड्यापहा. Thank you.
It is my honor to welcome our distinguished speaker, Mr. Avdut Abhyankar Sir, Project Officer, Center for Environment Education at Pune. He works extensively on urban programs, youth climate action, and is core team member of YEWS program across Maharashtra. I request to kindly come on stage and collect a sustainable token of welcome from our side, which will be given by TCET's Green Club Faculty Coordinator, Mrs. Priyanka Deshmukh ma'am. Our next guest is Mr. Vijay Sapkal Sir, District Coordinator for Mumbai at Palghar, CEE Pune, with Masters in Urban Policies and Governance from TIS Mumbai. He brings rich experience from across startups, think tanks, and social organizations, leading impactful water conservation initiatives with Green Club. I request, Sir, please come on stage and accept the welcome of tokens. Let's once again welcome both of our guests with a big round of applause. I know you all have been waiting for the session and are pretty much excited. So without wasting our time, let's begin with the seminar. And we now invite our first speaker, Mr. Avdut Abhyankar Sir, to take us through this high energy session on climate action, urban sustainability, and water stewardships. Audience, let's stay engaged and make the most of these opportunities. Sir, the stage is yours.
Phone is Yes, good afternoon everyone. So today's session is, most of the part is not new to you at all. So I'm not telling anything new to you, but we are just anyway interacting on it, discussing, coming up some new things, brainstorming something. सो इट्स कई ऐसा फार ज़्यादा कुछ नया बताने वाला हूँ, कुछ आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स एवरीथिंग जो आपको पता नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है बिल्कुल. यू ऑलरेडी नो यू आर वर्किंग इन द ग्रीन क्लब, यू आर अवेयर ऑफ द ओवरऑल environmental issues and etc. So just wanted to discuss few things with you, and we jointly, as you participate, then it will be much better. It can have some participatory thing also. So, yeah, so just one slide about our organization. It is Center for Environment Education, which was established in 1984 by Ministry of Environment and Forest. It is now Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So it was established as a center of excellence in environment education. We work in various sectors, though environment education is our core sector. So we also contribute to NCRT or state SCRTs also in textbook writing for various standards like 6 to 8, even 9th, and then 11, 12 also. Also then we have some youth programs. We also have coastal programs like beach cleaner, it's a Blue Flag Beach program, which is an international program for which sea anchors for Indian thing. So Blue Flag is a certification the beach receives if it satisfies certain sustainability criteria. So India had some, I think, 7 or 8 such Blue Flag beaches you can also visit. So not only for education, but apart from that, with community education, या फिर even some demonstrating actually few things. So we work across India. Where I come from is a central regional office in Pune, but apart from that we have headquarters in Ahmedabad, then we have offices in Bangalore, Lucknow, West Bengal, Rajasthan, so etc. And some more project offices. Delhi also we have office. So and overall work is now spread beyond environment education to waste management, sustainable energy. We also have an interesting program called Green Key. So these hotels and hospitality industries, they get this certification called Green Key if they meet certain sustainability criteria. So that uska overall assessment and all that also CE does for India. So it's overall almost more than 20-25 thematic areas we have now where we work, and we work almost in all ecosystems India has, from desert to Himalayan to coastal ecosystems. So that was about CE. Now I request Vijay to briefly talk about YWS program. So I know you already had a session, but just about what happened in these 3 years, and it was program in 13 districts of Maharashtra. So Vijay will tell you more about it. He was the district coordinator for Mumbai and Palghar. So we had such district coordinators for each and every districts. So with all these 3 years of experience, what happened, what we could achieve in these 3 years, that Vijay will tell you in.
Thank you. So thank you, Priyanka ma'am, for inviting both of us for this session. But before I begin, I would like to know from you all what you have learned from Priyanka ma'am about the Green Club. Any key learning you want to share with us? What is Green Club and what is the key role of Green Club? You just had a session about it. Anyone want to share? Let's make it interactive, no? Like, your team is doing excellent work already, and you are expected to carry forward this work. So we need to know what is Green Club, what we are expected to do. Yeah, please. Huh. Hmm. 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 Okay, nice. I will just add one thing. So we have to go the sink wise. Okay, we cannot make our surrounding clean unless and until we are aware about what needs to be cleaned. Okay, so first we need to educate ourselves what is climate change, what is climate action, what are the key concepts in the discussion, and then we can step forward and do some action. So currently we have a 5 lakh plus online course registered student in our program. So we all must be aware of the basic environment education course which we studied in our schools. एव्हरी मस्ट बी अवेअर मराठीमध्ये त्याला पर्यावरण शिक्षण असं म्हणतो आपण. सगळ्यांनी केलं आहे का म्हणजे शाळेमध्ये असताना? या. So similar like that, we have created an online course for our Green Club members. You can do it online. Any one of you have already done or yet to done? Would like to share any experience about the course?
As I've already completed it in the previous years, so it mostly talks about how the Maharashtra and the nearby states is performing very well in terms of water, in terms of different climate changes, and it also helps us to groom ourselves and understand what we can do in the future expert also as an engineer, and that was the learning कि हमको एक आइडिया मिलता है कि क्या क्या अभी हो चुका है, कैसे उनको सॉल्व किया है, एंड हम उसमें और कंट्रीब्यूट कैसे कर सकते हैं. इट वाज.
So it's a very simple online based course. You can do it whenever you have free time. It is basically focusing on core 4 themes: waste management, water management, biodiversity, and energy conservation. So these are separate courses. You can earn your certificate in these core themes. Then we have 1500 Green Club active in 13 districts of Maharashtra. These districts are selected on the basis of the water crisis issue. So there was a survey on Maharashtra, and the highly impacted districts were selected for this Green Club initiative, where the water crisis is very high. So similar like your Green Club, we have different Green Club doing different activities in urban and rural areas. Our Green Club member did a very interesting activity. So you know the canals near the farms area. So what he did, he had a meeting with the Gram Panchayat, and he initiated the idea of cleaning the canals. So उसके बाद क्या हुआ, जब फर्स्ट मानसून हुआ उसके बाद तो उसमें बहुत सारा पानी कलेक्ट हुआ, और वो पानी जो है उन्होंने एग्रीकल्चर के लिए यूज़ करना शुरू कर दिया. सो इट वाज अ वेरी स्मॉल इनिशिएटिव. सो तो द स्टूडेंट हैड अ वेरी गुड कॉन्टैक्ट विद द ग्राम पंचायत एंड पंचायत कमेटी. सो इट वाज अ वेरी स्मॉल इनिशिएटिव बट इट्स वेरी इम्पैक्टिव. तो इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमारे ऑलरेडी ग्रीन क्लब ने किया हुआ है. थर्ड इज़ वाई वेस्ट ऐप. यू मस्ट बी अवेयर ऑफ द वाई वेस्ट ऐप की क्या करना है. सो द मेन फीचर ऑफ वाई वेस्ट ऐप क्या पता है आपको, जिन्होंने यूज़ किया है या यूज़ करने वाले हैं, आपको पता है क्या? ओके, ट्रैक रखता है. और यस, वी मस्ट बी नोइंग कि हम लोग हर दिन डेटा कितना कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं. आपको पता है ना, 2 GB होता है हमारे सेल फोन में, इतना कंज्यूम हो गया. आपको पता है आप हर दिन कितना वाटर कंज्यूम कर रहे हो? आपने किया है उसमें कैलकुलेट? नहीं किया. सो वाई वेस्ट ऐप जो है उसको डेवलप करने के पीछे एक बेसिक लॉजिक ये भी था कि जस्ट टू उसके पीछे एक फुटप्रिंट काउंटर है, कैलकुलेटर है. आप उसका वो सर्वे करेंगे तो आपको, आप जो भी डेली एक्टिविटी करते हो, गार्डनिंग हो गया, फिशिंग मतलब कुकिंग हो गया, क्लोथ वॉशिंग हो गया, ये अलग अलग एक्टिविटीज़ वो कैलकुलेट करके आपको बताता है कि आप दिन में कितना पानी जो है कंज्यूम कर सकते हैं. आई थिंक BMC नॉर्म इज़ 170 लीटर पर डे पर पर्सन, ऐसे कुछ है. और हमने अभी तक देखा है कि मेजॉरिटी ऑफ अर्बन में हर इंडिविजुअल का इज़ अराउंड 200 to 250 260 मे बी, उससे ज़्यादा भी होता है कभी कभी. बिकॉज हम लोग बहुत सारे, मतलब एक तो हमारे पास एक्सेस भी है, and we are doing multiple activity compared to people who are in rural area. तो हाँ, so currently 9 lakh students who are registered in YEWS app, और मुंबई में अभी around 1.5 लाख स्टूडेंट जो है वो YEWS app डेली यूज़ कर रहे हैं, and they are participating in the activity of water saving. मतलब आप एक बार आपका फुटप्रिंट आपको मालूम पड़ेगा कि आपका कितना है, तो उसको सेव करने के लिए क्या करना है, जस्ट बिहेवियर चेंज करना है आपका। जैसे सिंपल हो गया कि ब्रश करते वक्त आपको जितना पानी रिक्वायर्ड है उतना ही टैप से कलेक्ट मतलब ये करके यूज़ करना है, ताकि आप वाटर सेविंग के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो। ऑन दी अदर हैंड मतलब जब शावर लेते हो तो शावर मतलब ज़रूरी नहीं है वो जो जैगवार का जो सेटअप होता है वो उससे शावर लेना है, बकेट बाथ लेके भी आप एक डिसेंट शावर जो है ले सकते हो। सो इस तरह के छोटे छोटे चेंजेस अगर आप अपने बिहेवियर में, डेली बिहेवियर में करेंगे तो काफ़ी सारा वाटर सेविंग के लिए कंट्रीब्यूशन आप दे सकते हो। ओके, ठीक है। नाउ आई विल आस्क अवधूत सर टू कंटिन्यू।
यस, थैंक यू। सो ये YEWS के 3 मेजर कंपोनेंट है इस प्रोग्राम के। इसके पीछे का लॉजिक भी है कि ग्रीन क्लब ऐसा है कि लाइक यू कैन सी नाउ कि यूर ग्रीन क्लब हैज से 100 और मे बी 80 स्टूडेंट्स, सो एवरीबडी मे नॉट बी इंटरेस्टेड इन एनवायरनमेंट। सो जो बच्चे जिनको एनवायरनमेंट में काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट है, दे वांट टू डू समथिंग इन एनवायरनमेंट, वांट टू चूज एट इज अ करियर पाथ, सो फॉर देम green club activities is a good thing. But what about others? So that's why it was a YEWS app also, ki at least you can do daily, spend your maybe a minute or two and register your whatever water saving you have done for the day. So it was a basic low touch activity for them. That's why 9 lakh students could join that, because it's just a minute you have to spend every day and consciously do that behavior change and register that thing. So that's why these 3 components: understand what the issues are, what you need to do it actually, and for masses it's a YEWS thing, so that water saving, everybody does it, then the impact is larger. That was the logic behind it. Okay, so let's start now. So I just want to understand कि आपको क्या लगता है कि overall the world is triple planetary crisis, so what these 3 things could be कि हमारे planet के लिए कभी as a crisis situation बन गई है in a way, क्या हो सकते हो? क्या 3 ऐसे biggest challenges, not only human being but as a planet as a whole we have? Yes? Yes, so in a way climate change you can say, global warming and climate change, that is one. Yes, definitely. What could be the other? क्या ऐसे environmental related challenge है कि जो अर्थ के लिए है in a way? We call it as a triple planetary crisis. Yes, water is definitely. Population, okay. Okay, so what it leads to? Exploitation of natural resources in a way. Okay, and after resource consumption, what we do? We pollute the things, no? In a way. So pollution is the biggest crisis. So these definitely are the crisis. But if you want to, what 3 major crises where most of it can be under some of the main verticals. So first is obviously climate change. Second is pollution. Pollution is not of a one type, but there is a soil se leke air, water, even light pollution is a new thing, if might have heard. Noise pollution is there. So many types of pollutions. So our resource consumption in a way is leading to pollutions of various types. And these 2 things and some other factors, some other challenges are leading to biodiversity loss in a way. So our resource consumption, pollution is also responsible for biodiversity loss. Climate change obviously responsible. So these 3 we are talking as a major challenges human beings are facing. ये light off हो सकता है थोड़ा, so that you can slide थोड़ा अच्छे से दिख जाए. So आज हम पोल्यूशन और बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस की इतनी बात नहीं करेंगे. वेरेवर इट विल टच, क्लाइमेट चेंज का बायोडाइवर्सिटी से डेफिनेटली रिलेशन है. पोल्यूशन, क्लाइमेट चेंज, some overlaps are there, but they are not same really. So pollution is again a different thing. Some overlaps definitely are there. So we'll speak more about climate change today. So you must be knowing na climate change and all. So क्या है climate change basically? Can someone tell me very briefly एकदम, जिसको बिल्कुल ही पता नहीं है क्लाइमेट चेंज, उसको आप ज़्यादा टेक्निकल टर्म्स पता नहीं है, तो उसको आप क्लाइमेट चेंज एकदम 2-3 सेंटेंस में एकदम एज ए एलिवेटर पिच जो हम बोलते हैं कैसे बताओगे? व्हाट इज क्लाइमेट चेंज? वॉट एवर यू नो अबाउट क्लाइमेट चेंज यू कैन टेल, नो इशू. क्या पता? यस बोलो, सुनाई देगा, नो प्रॉब्लम.
कि जैसे कभी भी अचानक से बारिश हो जाना या फिर
Okay.
बहुत एक टाइफ जैसा तूफान जैसा आ जाना या फिर
Okay.
अचानक से गर्मी बढ़ जाना.
Okay. So as an impact, these are impacts of a climate change. Okay. But क्यों हो रहा है climate change? Why?
क्योंकि जो जैसे नेचुरल रिसोर्स है हम उसका बराबर यूज़ नहीं कर रहे और एक्सेस
Okay.
यूज़ कर रहे हैं तो फिर जो हमने रिटर्न में देना चाहिए वो नहीं दे रहे हम.
Okay. Yes. Yes. बोलो बोलो.
Sir, our planet is protected by the ozone layer.
Okay.
Which prevents excess heat entering from other part inside our planet. Because of the CFC generation and other because of ACs and all, the ozone layer starts to deplete, and because of that there is a global warming and therefore the climate change.
Not because of ozone is a different crisis altogether. It's not related to global warming actually. Yes, someone else. So किसका हाथ करो तो?
मीन्स कि एक क्लाइमेट में जो क्लाइमेट हाँ मतलब जिस क्लाइमेट में जो होना चाहिए, जैसे कि अभी समर का सीज़न है और आपने देखा होगा अभी पुणे में अभी मतलब अभी बर्फ़ गिरे हैं, तो ये होते हैं कि बिकॉज ऑफ द ग्लोबल वार्मिंग.
ओके. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग क्यों होता है फिर?
क्योंकि पोल्यूशन होता है और
Pollution से. ओके.
हाँ, और हम ठीक से यूज़ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं आई गेस.
Okay. Yes. So climate change is basically global warming. तो आपने वर्ड सबने सुना है. Climate change is impact in a way. So उसके पीछे का है that is a greenhouse gas effect in a way. So there are certain gases जिनकी प्रॉपर्टी ऐसी है कि जो भी सन का सनरेज जो अर्थ पे आके जो एनर्जी यहाँ पे हो जाएगी, उसके जो रिफ्लेक्टेड बैक जो सनरेज है उसमें से दे एब्सॉर्ब दैट. And that's why they naturally absorb their heat also. So there these molecules have this property, some gases, कि वो जो reflected back heat है sun की उसको absorb कर लेना. And they that's a warming thing happens. The warming effect we call it a global warming, a greenhouse gas effect. So is it good or bad for Earth? I am saying it's a good for Earth actually. Imagine कि अगर वो नहीं होते तो क्या हो जाता? यस. सो दिन में देर इज गर्मी ऑब्वियसली. सनसेट होने के बाद क्या हो जाता है? रात को टेम्परेचर कितना डाउन जाता है यहाँ पे? डू यू नो व्हाट्स द टेम्परेचर ऑन लेट्स से मर्क्यूरी और सम ऑफ दिस प्लैनेट्स? मर्क्यूरी में दिन में और रात में टेम्परेचर का काफ़ी डिफरेंस है. फर्स्ट इज इट्स वेरी क्लोज टू सन, दैट्स व्हाई द दिन का टेम्परेचर इज वेरी हाई. रात में द सेम टेम्परेचर गोज वेरी लो because there are no such gases who can trap that heat in a way. There is no atmosphere, nothing. So this greenhouse gas effect is generally useful for Earth. That's why अगर दिन में टेम्परेचर 30-35 है तो वो रात को निगेटिव में ऐसे नहीं चला जाता. इट एटलीस्ट स्टेज अराउंड 19-20. It depends on what climatic condition are there. So greenhouse gas effect in a way it's useful. अदरवाइज लाइफ जितना यहाँ पे अभी फ्लरिश हुआ है, जिस टाइप का लाइफ यहाँ पे है अर्थ पे, जितना बायोडाइवर्सिटी उतना शायद नहीं हो पाता ग्रीन हाउस गैस इफेक्ट नहीं होता तो. बट अगर वही इफेक्ट थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया तो क्या हो गया? देन इट्स अ ग्लोबल वार्मिंग. सो अगर इन गैसेस का एटमॉस्फेयर में कॉन्सेंट्रेशन ही बढ़ गया देन नेचुरली दे विल एब्सॉर्ब मोर हीट एंड दैट्स व्हाई अर्थ टेम्परेचर इज राइजिंग. कितना बढ़ गया टेम्परेचर? सो ऑलमोस्ट 1 डिग्री एंड मोर देन 1 डिग्री, एक्चुअली 1.2 to 1.4 डिग्रीज इतना अर्थ का एवरेज सरफेस टेम्परेचर बढ़ गया है. इट्स अ एवरेज सरफेस टेम्परेचर. अर्थ पे अगर सब लोकेशन का अगर हमने टेम्परेचर लिया फ्रॉम पोल टू इक्वेटर टू अगेन साउथ पोल, ओवर द लैंड, ओवर द ओशन, एवरीथिंग, तो उसका अगर एवरेज टेम्परेचर लिया सो दैट वाज अराउंड 15 डिग्री सेल्सियस सिंस मेनी ईयर्स इन अ वे. बट नाउ दैट हैज़ इंक्रीज बाय 1.2 to 1.4 degrees. So that we called as a global warming. And thing is, because of the increase in these greenhouse gases, the global warming is happening. But why these gases are increasing? इनका प्रोपोर्शन क्यों बढ़ रहा है और कितने हैं? कौन कौन से ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस? कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इज देयर, मीथेन इज देयर, CFCs आर ऑल्सो देयर, नाइट्रोजन के कुछ ऑक्साइड्स आर देयर, वाटर वेपर इज ऑल्सो इवन ग्रीन हाउस गैस. सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द गैसेस विच हैव दिस प्रॉपर्टी टू absorb the reflected heat from the earth's surface. So these are we call as a greenhouse gases. So इनका proportion कितना है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड हमारे एटमॉस्फेयर में? How many % is a carbon dioxide? 30, 23, 0.3, okay. So yes, so carbon dioxide is very low. We all know 78% around is nitrogen, 21% is oxygen, and remaining whatever 1% is, it's all other gases, including carbon dioxide, argon, or other some gases, water vapor, everything. So it is not even measured in percentage actually, 0.00 some 003 I think. So it's measured in parts per million. इतना इसका proportion कम है atmosphere में. इवन मीथेन जैसे कुछ गैसेस है उनका तो पार्ट्स पर बिलियन में हम मेजर करते हैं, इतने कम है वो प्रोपोर्शन में. तो अगर देखें तो अराउंड 1750s उसका ये था अराउंड 270-280 पार्ट्स पर मिलियन, एंड नाउ इट हैज़ इंक्रीज्ड मोर देन 420, अबव 420 पार्ट्स पर मिलियन. सो यू कैन ऑल्सो सी द ट्रेंड, ऑलमोस्ट यहाँ पे कॉन्स्टेंट था, फिर अराउंड 1850 it has started increasing, and now it's almost like exponential growth you can see. The another part, the black line, is about the carbon dioxide emissions that we are actually doing. So the emissions also rising, naturally the proportion of carbon dioxide is rising. So कहाँ से आ रहे हैं carbon dioxide emissions basically? ह्यूमन पॉपुलेशन बढ़ गई, हम ज़्यादा इनहेल एक्सेल कर रहे हैं, इसलिए 8 बिलियन प्लस ऑलमोस्ट, आई डोंट नो अभी करंट ग्लोबल पॉपुलेशन व्हाट इट इज़, 8.59 आई डोंट नो. सो इसलिए द कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इज इंक्रीजिंग. तो क्या करें? इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन. सो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का क्या कनेक्शन है? कैसे, मतलब क्या करते हैं प्रोडक्शन? ओके, सो मेनली इट्स yes, consumption of what? Material, okay. Okay, trees basically play the role of balancing in a way, yeah. So they are not, yes, so balance, maybe deforestation is could be one of the reason. What is the main reason carbon dioxide emit करने का? So we'll see that into next slide, but this is this and this graph are related. This is the average temperature rise जो है कि we hear every year the news ना कि this was the hottest year. So every year we listen, this was the hottest year, this was the hottest year. So this graph tells you that. So maybe somewhere around 2000 we were saying कि this was the hottest year than other few years. Then 2010 we were saying the same thing. 2020 we are saying the same thing. Maybe 2030 we will say the same thing. This was the hottest year. So every year is a kind of a record-breaking year for heat, in terms of heat. So that's the trend, and that's a direct correlation with the rising proportion of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is one of the, we measure it in terms of carbon dioxide as a base. So whatever, if some methane is there, so methane can hold much more heat than carbon dioxide. So we convert it into, in terms of carbon dioxide, we measure into that thing, basically. So what we are doing is, it's our energy need for industry or for everything. And mainly our source of energy is fossil fuels, right? Now the crisis is going on for fossil fuels because the war is going on, LPG and oil tankers. So that's the fossil fuel thing on which the whole our economies and our cities and the whole planet in our human beings are now dependent. वो क्या है actually fossil fuels? So अपने school में से हमने सिखाया ना कि there were animals, plants, they were buried, and maybe because of the pressure, temperature and whatever, all the geological process, through millions of years after, उनके ये crude oil में conversion हो गया उनका, right? तो we are removing that and we are burning and releasing in the atmosphere. So it is disturbing the existing atmospheric carbon cycle. So it's a, जैसे water cycle है, पानी evaporate होना, उसका precipitation and then again river meeting to ocean type. वैसे similarly there is a carbon cycle, oxygen cycle, nitrogen cycle that is going on Earth, established quite millions of years से वो एक equilibrium में बना हुआ है. We are breaking that equilibrium. We are adding more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, नीचे earth से निकाल के we are burning and putting it into the air. So that's why we are disturbing that carbon cycle also, and naturally proportion of carbon dioxide, and it is leading to the global warming. Why का तो हमने देखा, why these global greenhouse gases are increasing. Greenhouse gases basically कौन responsible है इसके लिए? Yes, naturally us, but कहाँ से हम वो actually emit कर रहे हैं exactly? First सांस लेना बंद करो. Yes, चलेगा? So that is not even responsible for climate change. Yes. Yes, so transport is one of the thing जहाँ पे हम fossil fuel burn कर रहे हैं. Any other sector जहाँ पे it's a major contributor to greenhouse gas emission? Yes. 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 I think around अभी शायद थोड़ा कम हो गया होगा, but overall around 60 to 70% our energy comes from coal, ना, right? I think maybe 55 हो गया होगा, I don't know. And also different installed capacity is different and actually in use capacity different. Maybe installed capacity renewable might have higher, but actually in use might be coal, might be still 60 or more than even 70 also. So almost in the world, same coal is the main source of energy. So for producing electricity. So that's the main thing. So energy sector is one of the biggest sector which contributes to greenhouse gas emission. Transport. What are the other sectors, key sectors जहाँ पे greenhouse gases का emission होता होगा, if responsible for it? Industries, yes, definitely. One of the key sectors जहाँ पे electricity भी consume होती है, even fossil fuels is also used for energy purpose. Yes, so these are the key sectors जहाँ पे mainly you can quantify and say कि this sector is this much responsible. These figures might change here and there. Agriculture, deforestation, that is also responsible for 20%. Agriculture, some types of crop production like let's say rice. Rice पूरा पानी में हम जो ये करते हैं ना उसका, so it emits also methane. So वहाँ से methane emission is more, and methane is much more potent than carbon dioxide. Also deforestation, wood burning, everything, livestock production, and basically agriculture and livestock production के लिए काफ़ी land हम clear करते हैं ना, to make it available for this production. So that also leads to deforestation, and ultimately that wood will be somewhere burned. What we'll do for that wood? So that is also contribution 20%. Energy सबसे ज़्यादा 35%. Even your construction, solid waste, these are also other contributors to greenhouse gas emission. तो इसके इम्पैक्ट क्या हो रहे हैं? एक तो हमने देखा कि राइज इन टेम्परेचर, दैट्स अ क्लियर विजिबल इम्पैक्ट. सो वी आर इन एयर कंडीशन रूम, सो दैट्स ओके, प्रॉब्लम इज सॉल्व्ड. We have ACs, we could have ACs, fans, coolers, everything in our house, in our colleges, in our vehicles. Wherever we go, we can have that kind of a caps, no, which has the fan running on the solar or something. So some solar panels, that innovative cap is available. So problem will be solved. No? So heating is the problem. So let's make it cool. No? उतना ही हो रहा है. और क्या हो रहा है? Yes. Yes. So sea level rise is also, since you are in Mumbai, आपने काफ़ी पढ़ा होगा उसके बारे में, या फिर जाना होगा, या फिर you might be hearing also that कि it is leading to sea level rise because you can say the whatever polar earth is, the polar ice is melting, the icebergs, various glaciers, even in Himalayas also. So that is leading to sea level rise, and most of our cities, the big cities are on coast. अगर आपने इंडिया में ही देखो तो जो 4 हम मेजर सिटीज बोलते हैं उसमें से 3 आर कोस्टल, कोलकाता, चेन्नई, मुंबई. Even if you see the Australia, so बीच में कुछ नहीं है, all cities are on its south and maybe east or west coast. China similar, all major cities are on coastal. New York जैसी city coastal पे है. So all the cities or major cities are the coastal cities. Those are we also call as a growth of our engines of our growth. So वही अगर पानी में चले जाए, not entirely but at least a part of it, it will have a big economic impact also. What are the other impacts? What do you think? क्या होता होगा? Yes. सॉरी क्या खराब हो रहा है? Okay, agriculture production. Okay. So how it is impacting agriculture production? Yes. Heat could be one of the factor कि जिसकी वजह से कि मे बी उनका पॉलिनेशन या फिर उनका जो फ्रूटिंग या फिर वो फ्लावरिंग सीजन है दैट माइट अफेक्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द हीट एंड ऑल्सो आवर चेंजिंग मानसून साइकिल बिकॉज इस ग्लोबल वार्मिंग इमेजिन करो कि अभी वी आर सेइंग कि टेम्परेचर हैज इंक्रीज बाय 1.2 1.4 डिग्रीज लाइक दैट. इमेजिन करो कि आपको फीवर आया है तो बॉडी का टेम्परेचर कितना बढ़ता है हमारा 1 डिग्री 2 डिग्रीज एंड सो ना. बट इट्स नॉट जस्ट फीवर ना, आवर एंटायर बॉडी सिस्टम बिहेव्स वियरली. कुछ खाने का मन नहीं करता, हेडेक होता है, वी हैव वीकनेस इन आवर बॉडी, ठंड लगती है. सो just a fever, but it has other impacts also on our body. Now apply the same thing to earth. अर्थ को भी एक टाइप का फीवर आया समझ लीजिए, इसके अर्थ का टेम्परेचर 1 डिग्री 1.2 डिग्री बढ़ा है. सो इट नॉट लिमिट टू जस्ट टेम्परेचराइज ना, ऑल द सिस्टम्स ऑफ अर्थ, द ओशन करंट्स, द मानसून एंड अदर साइकिल्स आर गेटिंग डिस्टर्ब बिकॉज ऑफ इट. इवन आवर साउथ वेस्ट मानसून, जो इंडिया साउथ वेस्ट नॉर्थ वेस्ट मानसून जिसके ऊपर वी आर डिपेंडेंट, होल साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, दैट साइकिल इज ऑल्सो गेटिंग इम्पैक्टेड. कभी कभी लास्ट ईयर द मानसून केम वेरी अर्ली, इन मे लास्ट वीक मानसून वॉज देयर. सम ईयर्स इट हैपन्स कि आधा जून तो खाली चला जाता है, देन मानसून अपीयर्स समवेयर एट द एंड ऑफ द जून ऑल्सो. सो दिस वेदर साइकिल चेंज इज ऑल्सो इम्पैक्ट ऑफ अ क्लाइमेट चेंज. इट इज़ लीडिंग टू एंड डायरेक्टली अफेक्टिंग अवर फूड सिक्योरिटी. जब पानी चाहिए खेत को तब बारिश नहीं आई, और जब आपको हार्वेस्ट करना है तब अगर बारिश आ गई एंड में, बिफोर दशहरा दिवाली उस टाइम में, देन इट इज़ रियली प्रॉब्लमेटिक फॉर आवर फूड सिक्योरिटी एंड आवर ओवरऑल एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन. What are the other impacts? This slides has some of the impacts. Obviously sea level rise. One of the major thing is about the heat waves. I think कल ही न्यूज़ था कि देयर heat wave warning has been issued to Maharashtra, coastal districts particularly, and I think middle India or somewhere. So heat waves are also there. That is also one of the impact of a climate change. Vector-borne diseases, dengue, malaria, chikungunya. This warm climate is very suitable for these vector-borne, like these mosquitoes particularly, to breed. So that's why their proportion is rising. Naturally, these diseases are also rising. Food security impact, we have seen water stress, definitely. And alternate cycle of flood, drought, both are there. So these are some of the impacts that we have already seen. Precipitation change. What is new into it? क्या है नया ऐसे इसमें? Yes. Why? It is because of that the Earth's rotation is speeding up. Okay. Sorry, I'm not aware of it, but I have heard that Earth is rotating faster, but I'm not sure about the reason for it. Okay, could be. I do. Yes. ये जो भी हमने अभी इम्पैक्ट देखे, हीट वेव से, ड्राउट, फ्लड्स, इवन मॉस्किटो बॉर्न और वेक्टर बॉर्न डिसीजेस, इसमें नया क्या है? इवन हमने सुना है ना कि जो इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन था, उनको क्यों माइग्रेट होना पड़ा गैंगेटिक प्लेन्स में? इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ द फ्लड्स और ड्राउट्स समटाइम. यस. सो फ्लड्स आर न्यू टू अस, ड्राउट्स आर न्यू, heat waves are new, some disturbance in monsoon cycle is new. No. Okay. Okay. Yes, because of the rising heat. Yes. So इसमें से जो भी impacts हम अभी डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, इवन सी लेवल राइज, अपने आइस एज का भी ये सुना होगा ना. सो आइस एज में भी सी लेवल फ्लक्चुएशन वाज देयर. सो फर्स्ट पार्ट इज इट इज एंथ्रोपोजेनिक, आइस एज वाज एंथ्रोपोजेनिक. सो what is the different in these impacts and what climate change is bringing some angle. Impacts are not new. ऐसा नहीं है कि climate change हो रहा है तो इसलिए flood, drought and everything is happening. Yes.
सर ये सब चीज़ें सर हर 7 से 6 साल में रिपीट होती रहती हैं, बट
Okay.
इन क्लाइमेट चेंज में ये और फास्टली रिपीट होती हैं, यानी कि
Yes.
2 से 3 साल में ही चीज़ें रिपीट होने लगती है, तो इनसे टाइम ही नहीं मिलता कि रीजनल टेम्परेचर वापस से मेंटेन हो पाए.
So rise in the frequency of these disasters is one factor the climate change is bringing here. So आपने अगर when we are studying the slums in Pune, so almost we studied some 15-20 pockets in the Pune. So हमारा naturally question था कि आपकी वसाहत बनी कैसे. So सबकी को ये था कि 1972 drought, जहाँ पे it was a very severe drought in Maharashtra, when these people migrated from Marathwada region basically to various cities, Pune, Mumbai, any or in search of livelihood, water, food, everything. So एक उनको था कि 1972 drought was one memory. Then 1989 was a flood. That memory was there in people's mind. 2005 Mumbai flood, that is the memory. So frequency बढ़ना, जैसे अभी 1972 के बाद उतना शायद ड्राउट इन बिटवीन, आई थिंक 2011 से 2016 was another drought for Marathwada and all those regions. So what climate change is bringing here? Basically 3 factors. First is about its rising in frequency, as you said, and these impacts are not new to us in a way, right? These are about India specific impact. We call it general impacts. हमने देखे इंडिया में भी heat wave है, water stress, urban flooding. It's partly because of how we are planning our cities also. Every time we can't blame climate change. We plan our cities badly, so we are facing its impacts. Rise in cyclones also. Arabian Sea is otherwise the coastline, western coastline of India. It's safer. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा cyclone नहीं आते. But now the frequency of cyclones has been increasing in the west coast also. So first part is about the frequency of this overall natural disasters. Second part is about its severity. कि flood, drought कितना severe है. So flood lines are rising. Even I remember my hometown Kolhapur. जो भी फ्लड लाइन पहले मार्क किया था, इट वाज इन 2005. सो 2005 मुंबई में काफ़ी फ्लड हुआ था, हमारे यहाँ पे फ्लड था, बट इट वाज नॉर्मल फ्लड इन अ वे. बट अगेन 2019 वाज अ फ्लड ईयर, कि जिस समय लोगों को पता था कि पानी तो आएगा तो इतना आएगा, तो उससे ऊपर तो नहीं आएगा, बट उससे 10 फीट ऊपर पानी आएगा ऑलमोस्ट. सो पीपल आर एब्सोल्युटली नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर 2019 फ्लड, एंड दैट सिवियरिटी वॉज देयर. अगेन 2021 अगेन द सेम फ्लड केम, जो नेचुरली 20-30 साल में आता था, सक्सेसिवली 19, 2021 बहुत टाइम पे फ्लड है. बट पीपल विल एटलीस्ट प्रिपेयर्ड कि 2019 का एक्सपीरियंस था. 2021 में फ्लड थोड़ा ज़्यादा हुआ, बट स्टिल पीपल वेर प्रिपेयर्ड, सो कैजुअलिटीज कम हो गई, बट दैट सिवियरिटी एंड फ्रीक्वेंसी राइज दैट वाज क्लियरली देयर. थर्ड पार्ट इज अबाउट द अनसर्टनिटी ऑफ दीज डिजास्टर्स. लास्ट ईयर इफ यू रिमेंबर, मराठवाड़ा में काफ़ी फ्लड हुआ लास्ट ईयर, राइट? अराउंड सितंबर और एंड ऑफ द ऑलमोस्ट एंड ऑफ द मानसून के टाइम, कि लोगों का एग्रीकल्चर में पूरा सॉइल वाज वाइप्ड आउट, सो दे डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू एक्चुअली डू देयर. सम पार्ट ऐसे भी हुआ. मराठवाड़ा अदरवाइज अ ड्राउट रीजन, फ्लड के लिए इट्स नॉट एट ऑल प्रिपेयर्ड. दे आर क्यों प्रिपेयर रहेंगे ना फ्लड के लिए? ड्राउट इज द मेमोरी. सो वहाँ पे भी फ्लड आया एंड दैट वाज सो डिजास्टरस. वंस पीपल आर नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड, देयर वाज इवन नॉट वो पूरा वाटरशेड मैनेजमेंट वो प्रिपेयर नहीं था, बिकॉज फ्लड का कुछ पता ही नहीं था. सो अनसर्टेनिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ लोकेशन, दैट ऑल्सो लेड टू द लॉट ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज एंड इम्पैक्ट ऑफ द फ्लड. सेकेंड इज अबाउट टाइम. कब क्या क्या होगा वी डोंट नो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मानसून का एकदम से पहले आना, इवन लास्ट वीक देर वॉज रेन एंड दैट ओले भी गिरे इन पुणे एंड सम अदर रीजन. सो आई रिमेंबर 2-3 months to 3 years before, महाराष्ट्र में ऐसे हुआ था कि हर एक मंथ में कहीं ना कहीं महाराष्ट्र में बारिश हुई थी. इट इज़ अदरवाइज अनयूजुअल. देर इज़ बारिश फ्रॉम जून टू सितंबर, वी ऑल नो. देन देर इज सम बारिश हियर एंड देयर प्री मानसून वगैरह वगैरह, बट दैट वाज अ ईयर कि एवरी मंथ में कहीं ना कहीं महाराष्ट्र के रीजन में बारिश हुई थी, एंड इट वाज लाइक वन ऑफ द ईयर. सो वी ऑन लोकेशन टाइम, अगर लंदन पेरिस ऐसे जो अदरवाइज यूरोपियन सिटीज़ कोल्ड क्लाइमेट के लिए जाने जाते हैं, they are also experiencing heat waves and temperature is going like 35, 40 degrees type of a thing. So these things we are can clearly say कि it's a climate change impact these cities are experiencing. कुछ solution है इसके ऊपर? क्या करेंगे?
एनवायरनमेंट को प्रिजर्व करेंगे, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कम यूज़ करेंगे, जैसा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए कोल बर्न होता है ना ज़्यादा बनाने के,
तो क्या करेंगे?
तो जैसे सोलर एनर्जी का यूज़ कर सकते हैं, फिर जो वाटरफॉल्स रहते हैं उसके थ्रू इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट कर सकते हैं.
Yes. So one part of it कि जो cause है that is greenhouse gas emission which is rising उसको कम करे obviously. So whereas coal से अगर हम divert हो जाए slowly it's not a thing to do in 5 or 10 years. It's a long process. You have to build those capacities, infrastructure, everything. So that is definitely हमारी energy कहाँ से आती है वो fossil fuels अगर हम shift हो जाए renewables पे then definitely that will have a big impact because energy sector as we saw कि 35% contribution है उसमें. और क्या कर सकते हैं? मतलब example? Yes, definitely. Yes, Government of India has that scheme actually, and all the state electricity board distribution thing. Ki you can have a net metering and those things. So if you produce electricity, then they are encouraging basically subsidy for renewable energy. That is the one thing. Vehicles, we are changing from fossil fuel to electric, and hopefully when our energy main electricity source will change, then that will make more sense. Right now we are burning coal and charging our electric vehicles, but slowly it will have an impact and it is be more meaningful thing to do, definitely. Yes. Any other thing? Yes. Okay. So ACs को minimize करे या वो coolant को replace करे हम? We can have some innovation where the whatever the gases we use there, those are not CFCs and some other gases were. Because in city like Mumbai, I was sitting in this hall, we can't survive without AC. So can we also change our architecture? Maybe green buildings, you must have heard, कि जहाँ पे energy requirement ही कम हो जाए, वैसे भी building design हो सकते हैं ना. आपने शायद कुछ बिल्डिंग ऐसे देखे भी होंगे, यहाँ पे नेचुरल लाइट, नेचुरल वेंटिलेशन, इसको ज़्यादा फोकस करके बिल्डिंग डिज़ाइन हो सकती है. देन एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर लाइट, फॉर कूलिंग, एवरीथिंग कैन बी रिड्यूस्ड. एनी अदर? So all these things examples they are very correct, but these are how we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission. But the temperature has already increased by 1.2, 1.4 degrees. And we may do whatever from today or tomorrow. वो इतने जल्दी तो मतलब वहाँ पे रुकने वाला तो है नहीं. First of all जो already बढ़ा है उसके impact we are already experiencing. And it will take time to also reduce our greenhouse gases. So temperature may rise some more also, no? So what to do then? उससे बचने के लिए क्या करें? So first part is reducing the greenhouse gas emission, that is we call as a mitigation. The second part is खुद को तैयार करें, खुद को मतलब not as an individual, as a society, as a city, as a country, as a human being, as a planet, so that we are able to face the disasters of climate change. Climate change के impact को face करने के लिए खुद को prepare करना, that we call as adaptation. So हमें दोनों चीज़ें करनी पड़ेगी, mitigation on one hand and adaptation on other hand. So एक छोटा सा activity करना है हमें. Can 2 student volunteers come here? Yes. थोड़ा बोर हो गया लगता है तो थोड़ा सा एक्टिविटी करते हैं. तो सामने खड़े रहो और एक दूसरे के ऊपर बॉल पास करना है. बॉल गिरनी नहीं चाहिए, ठीक है? करते रहो, पास करते रहो. Yes. Now I am introducing one more ball. Start again. Start doing it. तीन से कर पाओगे? Yes, try. Fast. इतना स्लो नहीं करना है. We don't have time. Time is already running out. हमने वो देखा ना climate change impact में there was a time also. Okay. Stop. क्या देखा आपने? एक बॉल था, एक चैलेंज था. They were able to do it very easily. दो आ गए, स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा सा ट्रबल हुआ, बट दे कुड स्टिल मैनेज टू डू इट. अभी तीसरा इंट्रोड्यूस हो गया, देन इट इज नेचुरली रियली डिफिकल्ट. सो इसका क्लाइमेट चेंज से क्या कनेक्शन है एंड मिटिगेशन एडेप्टेशन से क्या कनेक्शन है इसका, और इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या कनेक्शन है? सो द थिंग इज कि आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू दैट डिटेल राइट नाउ, बट जो ग्लोबल एमिशंस जो हम बात करते हैं, तो अगर हम कंट्री वाइज एमिशन अगर उसमें हम देखें तो इंडिया इज नाउ रैंक थर्ड इन टर्म्स ऑफ एमिशंस. अगर हम सब कंट्रीज वाइज एमिशन अगर हम देखें तो फर्स्ट इज अर्लियर इट वाज अमेरिका, यूएस, नाउ इट्स चाइना. सो चाइना, यूएस एंड देन वी आर ऑन थर्ड नंबर. सो वी हैव दैट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि हमें मिटिगेशन भी करना है, बिकॉज ग्लोबल एमिशन में हमारा कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन इज राइजिंग. Second part is also we are one of the most climate vulnerable countries also. So disaster face करने वालों countries में भी we are also there. So adaptation भी is our priority. We can't just do mitigation. Adaptation is also important. We have a long coastline, so sea level rise, cyclones. We have already naturally almost all 7 to 9 ecosystems we have. So desert ecosystem is there, Himalayan ecosystem that is becoming vulnerable to climate change. So this challenge, mitigation plus adaptation, this dual challenge we have. Plus there is a third challenge, that is our social realities. We are still a developing country. A lot of population is still below poverty line, we can say on the verge of poverty, lack of resources and everything. So we have these three different challenges, could be 4, 5, many challenges we have already. So that's it's really difficult to balance those. No, it could be one challenge, then we can do it. There are two, it's little bit difficult. If there are three challenges like we have, it is really difficult to do that. So on the one hand mitigation, on the one hand adaptation, considering our social economic structure. So what is adaptation basically? So making yourself ready. So can you give me some example of adaptation if you are there already? Simple Mumbai context में या फिर महाराष्ट्र के context में, considering every disaster could have one adaptation thing just to save yourself from a disaster. For example, there is a heat wave. What could be your adaptation strategy? Yes. Yes. Okay. So water conservation in general we can say. Water conservation is using less also and doing the system like rainwater harvesting also. Mumbai, I don't know whether the geology allows that, but certain part definitely rainwater harvesting could be good strategy to conserve water. Any other thing? Heat wave, for example, there is a warning for coastal district. Mumbai is one of the coastal district. Heat wave warning है, तो क्या करेंगे आप? कॉलेज में नहीं आओगे, ट्रैवल ही नहीं करोगे. But it's not like that. Even if you are in house, heat wave is there. Yes, पीछे. Yes. Yes. So urban heat island effect को fight करने के लिए we can plantation is a definitely one of the good thing कि जहाँ पे temperature थोड़ा बहुत कम हो सकता है. But अभी heat wave है, तो मैं आज पेड़ लगाऊंगा तो वो तो अभी बढ़ेगा नहीं, तो मैं आज क्या करूँ अभी? यस, सनस्क्रीन किसने बोला था? यस, डेफिनेटली दैट्स अ गुड थिंग कि अगर हीट वेव है यू हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट योर सेल्फ. हाइड्रेशन इज अ बेसिक थिंग वी कैन डू. कि डिहाइड्रेशन इज अ वन ऑफ द इम्पैक्ट की हीट स्ट्रेस की वजह से इट कैन बी फेटल ऑल्सो. सो कीपिंग योर सेल्फ हाइड्रेटेड इज द बेस्ट थिंग यू कैन डू, बेसिक थिंग वी कैन ऑल डू, राइट? सो इट इज़ अ सिंपल एडेप्टेशन स्ट्रेटेजी. हीट वेव है तो बेसिकली एक तो बाहर ज़्यादा मत घूमो. इफ़ यू आर देयर देन एटलीस्ट कैरी अम्ब्रेला और कैप समथिंग so that you are protected from sun. Sunscreen could be one thing. Keeping yourself hydrated, taking more salt or limbu sharbat or this kind of, just simple things that you can do. ये हम घर में ऑलरेडी करते हैं, वी नो दिस थिंग्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल नाउ डेंगू, मलेरिया, चिकनगुनिया केसेस आर राइजिंग. Now almost every apartment or every household has this mosquito nets installed to the windows. That is adaptation strategy. That simple thing we are already doing it. So adaptation for everything or every disaster, making yourself prepare not only as an individual but as a society, as a community, that is really important. So ग्लोबली ऑल्सो क्लाइमेट चेंज जब से अभी पता चला है, ऑलमोस्ट लास्ट आई थिंक 40-50 ईयर्स मिनिमम, कि पीपल आर नोइंग कि साइंटिस्ट बेसिकली कि क्लाइमेट चेंज ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, ग्लोबल टेम्परेचर इज राइजिंग, देन ग्रीन हाउस गैस इज अ कनेक्शन. वो सब साइंटिस्ट पीपल है ऑलरेडी, वो प्रूव तो हो गया ऑलमोस्ट. देर वेर सम पीपल लाइक ट्रम्प हु डोंट बिलीव स्टिल क्लाइमेट चेंज, बट क्लाइमेट चेंज इज देयर एंड नाउ इट्स नाउ एस्टेब्लिश फैक्ट. सो सिंस 1972 क्लाइमेट चेंज शब्द वहाँ पे शायद नहीं होगा 1972 में, बट ग्लोबली nations have started coordinating and coming together for in general environmental protection. So 1972 was the Stockholm conference जहाँ पे environment के ऊपर काफ़ी लोगों ने आके चर्चा करना चालू किया. इंदिरा गांधी's famous speech is there, poverty is the biggest polluter. That speech she made in the 1972 Stockholm conference, you might be knowing. Then 1988, then IPCC was established, which is a body which assesses the science of climate change. It just analyzes whatever the research is getting published in terms of this, and it makes a summary for policymakers, or its assessment report it publishes. Then 1992 Rio Summit, that was also one of the important thing. Then 1994 में UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was established, and since then every year these nations meet in a conference of parties, COP that we call. You might have heard कि COP 20, COP 30, COP 31 now I think हो गया अभी. So what they do basically, all these nations come together, they have these IPCC reports कि what is happening, summary of policy makers, कहाँ पे क्या impact होने की आशा है, where we have reached in terms of global warming, and we need to do what exactly, what should be our pathway in the future. So that they negotiate, but every nation has a different socio-economic condition also in terms of their social realities, and also their contribution is also different. Their vulnerabilities to climate change are also different. So these negotiations happen in the COP. For example, which nation will reduce greenhouse gas by what proportion? What support they need? So it's also a fight between developed countries versus developing countries, least developed countries, some small island nations versus other countries. Small island nations, we have really very small contribution into greenhouse gas emission, but they are the first who will be wiped out from Earth, maybe because of the sea level rise. So these negotiations go on in conference of parties. So 2015 was one of the such landmark year जहाँ पे sustainable development goals were adopted. We will see, you might have heard also sustainable development goals, SDGs and all. And also that the same year, Paris Agreement was signed by many countries. Now I think US has backed out now again in the Trump second term. So that was the year जहाँ पे हमने एक target decide किया कि global warming ऐसा ही अगर चलता रहा business as usual scenario, then what will happen? And अगर ये impact हमें minimum रखना है, considering our practical energy needs, then all nations decided कि let's limit this warming to 2 degrees Celsius at the end of the century, like 2100 तक ये warming 2 डिग्री से ज़्यादा नहीं होनी चाहिए. That's the one thing we have made the commitment to ourselves, and we will try our best to limit it to actually 1.5 degree, which is now gone. We don't have that luxury. 1.5 तो अभी होने ही वाला है. So we are still aiming for to limit the global temperature rise to 2 degrees Celsius. I'll not go into sustainable development goals, but these goals, particularly goal number 13, is about climate change, which is again with the dealing with the climate change emissions and all. But the other goals are also in a way supplementary or complementary to the our efforts towards overall human well-being, including fight to the climate change. For example, no poverty, zero hunger. These goals talk about food security, nutrition. Goal number 7 is about affordable and clean energy. Again, if the energy is clean, then emissions will be reduced. So all these goals have some of the other way, either mitigation, adaptation, connection with the climate change, and these goals are anyway related to each other also. Goal number 6 is about clean water and sanitation. If your water security is under danger because of the continuous droughts, flood cycle, then clean water and sanitation goals talks about how you can change your water systems and how you can make it more efficient use, more conservation point of view. So that goal talks about that. So all these goals are in a way related. Some are complementary, supplementary, directly dealing with climate change also. So these are sustainable development goals. I think आपके syllabus में कहीं ना कहीं इसका reference आया होगा maybe. If you are working in engineering sector, I think goal number 8 is about decent work, economic growth. Goal number 11 is about cities, very important, sustainable cities. We all live in urban areas, so how these cities can be made sustainable, that goal number 11 talks about. So what kind of future in a way we want? So we saw under Paris Agreement, we said that global warming should be limited to 2 degrees Celsius. But what will happen? If the business as usual scenario goes on, then at the end of the century, we might reach around 4 or even more than 4 degrees Celsius. If we take some measures, then we can limit it to 2 degrees Celsius. And the best case scenario is 1.5, which is now gone. So we are here now, actually. So if we take some effort, then we may limit it to 2 degrees Celsius. But still, as a planet Earth, अगर हम ईयरली कार्बन एमिशंस को अगर कैलकुलेट करें, दोज आर स्टिल ऑन द राइज, जहाँ पे कहीं पे भी अभी फ्लैट प्लेटू या फिर डिक्लाइनिंग ट्रेंड अभी भी नहीं दिख रहा, एक्सेप्शन विद द कोविड ईयर ऑब्वियसली, दैट वाज एक्सेप्शनल ईयर, बट अदरवाइज द एमिशंस आर स्टिल राइजिंग. सो वी आर रियली डाउटफुल कि वो 2 डिग्री सेल्सियस भी हम अचीव कर पाएंगे कि नहीं. सो व्हाट एन इंडिविजुअल कैन डू इन ऑल दिस सिनेरियो? क्या लगता है आपको, आप क्या करोगे इसमें? कुछ नहीं हो सकता, अभी छोड़ दो इंजीनियरिंग करना, कुछ करना, हम सब ऐसे मॉन्क बन जाते हैं कहीं पे जाके, कुछ नहीं होने वाला इस दुनिया का, ऐसे कुछ है? इट्स नॉट द केस रियली. जो करना है वो सरकार कर लेगी, है ना? गवर्नमेंट विल डू, सम लीडर विल डू, Trump will do something. So what an individual can do, individuals will have some role into it or not? Yes. क्या करेंगे? Start from ourselves. Anything a small step. Tree plantation करोगे, okay. Managing of waste, okay. Energy conservation, okay. So whatever efforts we do, that is our action towards sustainability, that we call as a handprint action. So आपने starting में किसने बोला कि carbon footprint is our impact, whatever resources we consume. It could be also carbon and other resources also, that is our footprint in a way. So we have the carbon footprint, that is a carbon emission because of indirect consumption of resources, energy that we have. So handprint is the opposite term of it. So any of your positive impact, your action towards sustainability is a handprint action. So what we can do? We can do some kind of handprint action. So can someone give me example? Simple, like you said waste management, someone said energy conservation, but these are quite generic. Can you give me specific example? Exactly actionable thing. Energy conservation is quite broad, no? Waste management is a quite broad thing. So exactly what as an individual you will do, so that will be your contribution or your action towards sustainability. Yes, so waste segregation and it's a source segregation basically. So it's very important handprint action. So इतना simple thing, what as an individual, what exactly you will do, energy conservation, but उसमें exactly आप क्या करोगे, क्या करोगे? But that's not in our hand, no. Partly it's on hand, partly not actually. जहाँ जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी we don't know, वो न्यूक्लियर से आ रही है या कोल से आ रही है या सोलर से आ रही है, we really don't know. But if I live in an apartment, then I don't have a scope, really, practically speaking. So that is about renewable generation, but to save electricity also could be one of the thing. Very simple. Generate करोगे आप renewable, then well and good. नहीं कर सकते, then at least you can save energy by some means. क्या करोगे energy save करने के लिए? रात को स्टडी नहीं करोगे ना, तो आपको लाइट नहीं लगेगा, लैपटॉप नहीं लगेगा. What you will do for energy conservation? Anything? Okay. हाँ, थम एक 2 मिनट. ओके, सो एटलीस्ट जब आप क्लासरूम से बाहर जाते हो तो लाइट, फैन, एसी, वॉट एवर इज ऑन, यू कैन स्विच ऑफ. दैट्स सिंपल. इवन इन योर हाउस होल्ड ऑल्सो, जिस रूम में आपका लाइट फैन ज़रूरत नहीं है, तो जस्ट बी अवेयर. आपके शायद मम्मी पापा भी आपको बोलते होंगे, आप रूम से बाहर गए और लाइट फैन चालू ही रख दिया. सो इट इज़ नॉट टू सेव मनी, डेफिनेटली दैट इज़ वन थिंग, बट इट्स ऑल्सो टू सेव एनर्जी. So as simple as that. So handprint action is not something big you have to do. Not आपको कुछ सोलर प्लांट जाके लगाने का नहीं है आपके घर के ऊपर. That is could be one, but handprint action is very simple thing. What you can do in your lifestyle, daily lifestyle, like this simple behavior change, like switching fans, lights off before you leaving the room. That's a very simple thing. Segregating waste at your source. That's very simple thing. Even water conservation, you might have seen some actions in our YEWS tab. Those are also handprint actions in a way. So the question for you is, आपको बताना है कि which handprint actions are already part of your lifestyle. जो भी, not all these 2-3 things, but just imagine your overall lifestyle, your habits, your behavior. और आपको क्या लगता है कि आपके existing lifestyle में, behavior में ऐसा कौन सा हैंडप्रिंट एक्शन आप ऑलरेडी कर रहे हो विदाउट नोइंग कि वो हैंडप्रिंट एक्शन है. नाउ यू केम टू नो कि दैट कुड बी ऑल्सो हैंडप्रिंट एक्शन. यू हैव टू टेल एवरीबडी. डू यू हैव एनी सच एक्शन ऑलरेडी इन योर लाइफ स्टाइल? एनी स्मॉल एक्शन कुड बी. यस, डस्टबिन में डालते. यस, वेरी गुड. दिस हैंडप्रिंट एक्शन, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. यस, we can walk. What you are already doing that I want. You already walk. You walk to nearest shop or you take a two-wheeler to a nearest shop. Okay, if you walk to the nearest shop, then that's such a simple thing also we have to now tell people. No? So yes, very good. That's also handprint action. Yes. Karna, that's a thing, but what you do actually, that I want. But already a part of your lifestyle. Okay. कहाँ से कहाँ जाते हो? अंधेरी to कांदिवली. Okay. Yes. Okay. 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 For water conservation, you reuse the water. Okay. Any others which is already a part of your lifestyle? क्या करते हो exactly? Okay, very nice. Okay, having that maybe 250 ml, 500 ml water saving, that's also good thing. Any other thing? Yes, instead of a carry bag, carrying a plastic bag, carrying a cloth bag. But the irony of it is कि हम बैग तो कैरी करते हैं क्लॉथ का, बट उसमें सब प्लास्टिक बैग भर के सामान आता है उसमें. So that we can't change really, but at least we can change the outer bag from plastic to cloth. Yeah. Any other? Which is already part of your lifestyle. Okay, now let's move to the second part. Now you have to commit one handprint action कि जो आप आज से, कल से नहीं, आज से ही अपने लाइफस्टाइल में लाओगे. सो वी हैव सम स्टिकी नोट्स. सो हर एक को एक एक स्टिकी नोट मिलेगा, कैन जस्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट. एंड आपको उस पर लिखना है कि आप आज से या कल से व्हाटएवर क्या आप वो एक चेंज करोगे अपने लाइफस्टाइल में, विच विल बी योर हैंडप्रिंट एक्शन. इट्स योर कमिटमेंट इन अ वे. सो आपको स्टेटमेंट ऐसा लिखना है कि आई विल से स्टार्ट करना है, this from today, tomorrow, whatever. So it's not like water conservation, energy conservation. You have to don't write generic things. You have to write very specific. I will do waste management. It's not a thing. Like he said, I will do the waste segregation, for example. So itna aapko specific. Analyze your own lifestyle. Take a minute or two, and where there is a scope to improve it in a way, from sustainability point of view. Leave it, Raj. We have to start the sentence with I will. और होने के बाद you can write with your pen, sketch pens are also there. You have to stick here. वहाँ पे, that's better. एकच ठिकाणी लावू दे. On this, क्या है, ग्लास है. इस ग्लास पे उसको चिपकाना है once you are done. 40-50 लोक होतात. अर्धे इकडे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होऊन जाईल. दिसायला छान दिसतं. एक बार आपने लिख दिया तो यू हैव टू पेस्ट इट हियर. अपना नीचे नाम भी लिखना है. आई विल डू वॉट एवर, आपका जो भी सेंटेंस है, एंड नीचे योर सिग्नेचर एंड नेम वॉट एवर यू वॉन्ट टू राइट. अ सिंपल चेंज, ज़्यादा बड़ा सोचने की जरूरत नहीं. एकदम सिंपल लाइफस्टाइल चेंज यू कैन हैव, एंड योर एक्शन टू सस्टेनेबिलिटी दैट आई वांट. If you are done, just come forward and paste it there. वहाँ पे तिकडे सगळ्यांनी द्या तुम्ही. काफी सोचना पड़ रहा है. To write only one action, only one. I will do what. ज़्यादा लिख दिया क्या? ज़्यादा ओवर हो, ज़्यादा एम्बिशियस मत हो. पहले स्टार्ट विद वन थिंग एंड जस्ट राइट एंड स्टिक देयर. एकदम आप 4-5 लिखोगे तो इट विल बी टू मच कमिटमेंट ना, बी डिफिकल्ट टू फॉलो ऑल्सो. सो राइट वन सिंपल थिंग विच इज most practical thing that you can do from today or tomorrow at the max. The one lifestyle change you can do. दूसरे का कॉपी मत करो बिकॉज यू हैव टू डू दैट. दूसरे के कॉन्टेक्ट से लिख दिया तो आप कर पाओगे कि नहीं पता नहीं ना. जो बैठे उन्होंने सबने लिख दिया ऑलरेडी वहां पे. ओके. Yes, done. Okay. So now remember your commitment. Others have also seen what you have committed. So now आपको follow करना है आज से, right? That simple one lifestyle change you will make. Once that is done, you can commit to some more handprint actions also. So go one by one and make your lifestyle. Already किसी की commitment गिर गई. Okay. Okay. Apart from these simple handprint actions, there could be a step forward and some more climate actions also. Like for example, getting climate literate. What is climate literate? पता होना at least. So literate means we know how to read, how to write. Getting climate literate is about knowing the climate change, how it is impacting us. So having that awareness in ourselves, that is also one handprint action. And not only limiting that knowledge or that awareness to us, but also to making others also aware about climate change. So that is also a handprint action. Educate others. Raise your voice. मतलब क्या करना? Noise pollution करना, right? Raise your voice. मतलब क्या करना? हाँ हाँ. Yes. 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 जो भी if you are seeing anything ki which government policies could also be having a negative impact on environment and climate change, and if we can't say कि एक भी पेड़ नहीं काटना चाहिए, that's also not possible. But जहाँ पे if you are seeing कि some unnecessary tree cutting is happening because of somebody's pet project or something, then we should definitely raise our voice, and citizens are raising the voice. Like Nashik example you saw, or even in Pune, people are fighting for the hill, people are fighting for the river. So that is a raising the voice, understanding the issue, its impact on us, on environment, and wherever possible, raising voice is not always keep protesting and doing some dharna or somewhere. Meeting the authorities, raising your suggestion objection whenever the window is provided to you, that is also could be doing it more in a way not destructive but more constructive way is also there to raise a voice. So all constructive and other things we need to follow, and raising the voice is also one of the important handprint action. Participating in such discussions where some kind of a policy thing is happening, every draft or every decision government puts for suggestion objection. So registering and participating in that discussion, that is also important handprint action. Our online course, this is a you can say user interface of that course, and getting climate literate is also one of the handprint actions. So if you are doing the online courses, they are very basic online courses that you are doing a handprint action in a way. You are getting climate literate. And why youth are more concerned about these climate change impacts? You might be knowing Fridays for Future, Greta Thunberg, Vinita Umashankar, then Lucy Priya, or many such climate activists. Youth are protesting for against climate change, for some environmental policies also. So why youth are more? You don't see much old people there. यूथ क्यों ज़्यादा कंसर्न है क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में? क्या लगता है आपको? ओके, देयर फ्यूचर, यस, दे यस, they are most active, yes. There is a lot of unemployment, so they don't have to do anything, so they are participating in protest. Is the thing? No, definitely not. So there really there is definitely issue. They are more active, definitely. Is their future? They know. They know कि now temperature has already increased by 1 degree, 1.2, 1.4, and it is rising. So whenever maybe after 10, 15, 20 years, all these global leaders who are right now fighting wars, they will not be around. They will be gone, definitely. So whatever the impact your generation and the upcoming generation, our generation, those are going to face. So they know they are not responsible for it. Consider your contribution into greenhouse gas emission over the last maybe around 20 years or so. Could be very, very low. But still you have to face the disaster impact, not only for present, but also in the future. So that's why youth are more aware. They know their future and their careers are in danger in a way because of the things they haven't much contributed to, because of the things they are not part to those decision makings also. So that's why youth are more aware. In UNFCCC also, the conference of parties that I mentioned, every year global leaders meet to negotiate on climate change, mitigation, adaptation, everything. There this YEWS is an official youth constituency of UNFCCC. It's a platform where youth activists from all the countries, they meet, they submit some kind of a youth demand or charter of demand to the global leaders. What exactly youth want from you as a policymaker. The background process also, that is a final, they submit to UNFCCC and the COP. But before that, in every country, many countries actually, this local conference of parties, conference of youth, LCOI also happen. In India also from many years, this local conference of youth happens, LCOI. You can also participate into that as a youth delegate. So every country, the youth leaders come together, they formulate some kind of a thing, what we want actually the change in the policies, and ultimately aggregation of that is submitted to conference of parties to the global leaders. So you can also be one of the youth climate delegate in the local conference of parties. But is the youth participation just tokenism? कि आप ज़्यादा प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हो कि आपको एक वहाँ पे डिपार्टमेंट बना दिया आपका यंगो, जो आपको बोलना है बोलो, सुनना है कि नहीं हम कर देंगे, सुनेंगे. सो एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिकली दैट्स द सिनेरियो इज गोइंग ऑन. जो भी यूथ एक्टिविस्ट बात करे वो global leaders are not really serious. That's why we are seeing the war. You might have also seen some cartoons or some very creative things on the war also. कि मैंने एक देखा था कि I am doing a small thing something to reduce my emission, and यहाँ पे वो missile bombs and everything is going on. So does it really make sense कि I am doing something and I am more aware of it? But global leaders are really not aware of that, or they don't want to do that. Whatever, they are not serious enough. So is the youth or participation just a tokenism? Some part of it is yes and no. Both answers are there actually. In Germany, in South Korea, the youth delegates have already gone to courts and also filed petitions on the whatever the reforms their country was going to do. The Germany, the case was कि whatever the emission reduction का जो overall burden था, the government wanted to pass on to future generations. But the youth leaders went to court and they made that law totally abolished, and now government has to frame the new policy where from present the emission cuts will happen in Europe and in Germany. Even in South Korea, the same thing happened. So they just say कि don't pass the burden to us. Now you are in power, you start from now itself so that our future will be at least little bit protected. These are some slides on India's contribution to overall climate action. In 2008, we had this national action plan on climate change. We also had these 8 missions. We deal with mitigation, adaptation. There is mission on water mission. There is mission on sustainable agriculture. Then there is strategic knowledge for climate change, whatever research is happening, all ecosystem, what are the impacts are happening on Indian ecosystems. So we also have these NDCs. NDC is nationally determined contributions. So every country has to commit this under Paris Agreement. As a country, how much emissions you will reduce, what is your mitigation strategy. So these are our commitments by 2030, and these are our achievements as of 2026. So we are basically on track. At least the figure says that. We don't know reality, but at least on data we can say कि we are on track to meet our commitments. So there is third part is about the carbon sink. That is a forestation basically, because the trees acts as a carbon sink and carbon sequestration happens in trees. So that is the third part, and others are improving the energy efficiency and also diverting from energy source from fossil fuel to renewable. So this was the mission life. ये आपने symbol देखा होगा, वो corner में symbol है mission life का. It's a mission launched by our Prime Minister. It's a lifestyle for environment. As an individual, what you can do, basically it's a handprint actions naturally. So it has a list of around 160 to 170 such things which one individual can do. वो वाटर के बारे में है, एनर्जी के बारे में कुछ एक्शंस आर देयर आर सम एक्शंस टू बायोडाइवर्सिटी, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट. जस्ट विजिट दैट मिशन लाइफ वेबसाइट एंड यू कैन हैव अ लिस्ट ऑफ द सच थिंग्स कि आपको लाइफस्टाइल में क्या आप चेंज कर सकते हो. सिंपल चेंज जो हमने हैंडप्रिंट एक्शन में देखे वही. इट्स अ लिस्ट ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 160 थिंग्स विच यू कैन अडेप्ट इन योर लाइफस्टाइल. मे बी यू कैन हैव जस्ट टिक मार्क थिंग कि जो आप करते हो नहीं करते हो नहीं. यू कैन हैव योर स्कोर ऑल्सो कि लाइफस्टाइल आपकी लाइफस्टाइल कितनी एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली है. Also we have another commitment that is having a net zero thing. Net zero is आपका जितना emission हो रहा है उतना ही आप reabsorb कर रहे हो through afforestation and other carbon sinks. So India's commitment is by 2070 we will achieve this net zero. So just search about this net zero, very interesting concept and very much trending now. So you must be knowing about what is net zero and what is all about. So even not only India but every state, every region has now its own climate action plans, because every state has a different vulnerability to climate. A city like Mumbai, it has different vulnerability in terms of maybe let's say Aurangabad or Nagpur might have different vulnerabilities. उनके disasters अलग रहेंगे शायद. So every city has its own ecosystem, own environmental system. So considering that and whatever the disasters they are vulnerable to, they have their own climate action plan. Like India has one which is health focused. There is also one for Maharashtra's climate action plan. There is another Mumbai's climate action plan. What to do with these plans? क्या करते हैं प्लान बना के? आप भी करते हो ना, 1 जनवरी आ गया तो कुछ बना के रख दिया कमिटमेंट और फिर आप भूल जाते हो. फिर आपको कभी ना कभी वो मिलता है डॉक्यूमेंट कभी कि आपने कुछ लिखा था वहाँ पे. So some of the plans, the same thing happens in government also. Plan bana diya, nobody knows, that document is uploaded on website and business as usual is going on. That's the one scenario which happens with many plans, not only climate action plan, but many such plans happens. It's a usual scenario. But क्या करना चाहिए प्लान के बारे में? क्या करते हो आप? अगर कुछ आप प्लान बनाते हो तो उसका करना क्या है? यस, नेचुरली प्लान कर रहे हो तो उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज द की थिंग. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर मुंबई क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्लान है, 2022 में बना था, C40 सिटीज़ एक कंसल्टेंसी है, उन्होंने बनाया था ये फॉर मुंबई एंड फॉर BMC पर्टिकुलरली. तो देर इज़ वन समरी डॉक्यूमेंट ऑफ इट, मे बी अराउंड 15-20 पेज का है. द प्लान इज़ क्वाइट बिग, बट यू कैन जस्ट रीड दैट समरी डॉक्यूमेंट ऑफ इट, वेरी स्मॉल डॉक्यूमेंट. सेक्टर वाइज हम क्या क्या उसमें कर सकते हैं, इसका एक समरी है. And Mumbai has kept ki we will be net zero by 2050. India's commitment is 2070, but Mumbai is saying ki we will be net zero by 2050 itself. Very ambitious target. And what basically key provisions of that plan? That is, these are the key sectors where they want to focus: energy, sustainable mobility, waste management, etc., etc. So they are saying in energy that by 2050, 90% of our energy will be by renewable energy, they are saying. By 2030, it will be 50%. We don't know whether we'll be able to achieve that. What waste management, also 4R they have mentioned: reduce, reuse, recycle, recover. So for every sector, there is some strategy to mitigate the climate change, basically to reduce our emissions. And also obviously for adaptation. So Mumbai also has established, this climate action plan also has a implementation plan where they have said that there should be a separate department for environment and climate change. So Mumbai has already set up that department once the plan was launched. Even climate budget was another provision जो plan में थी, वो भी मुंबई ने already की है. So do you know Mumbai has how many crores of budget? कितना budget है मुंबई का? पता है किसी को? Annual मुंबई कॉर्पोरेशन का budget कितना है? 100 तो आपके वार्ड का होगा. मुंबई का बजट आई थिंक इस साल का कुछ 80,000 करोड़ के ऊपर ही था शायद, अराउंड 80,000 करोड़ के ऊपर. इट्स द रिचेस्ट म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन इन इंडिया. एंड मे बी मुंबई का बजट इतना बड़ा है कि कुछ छोटे स्टेट के बजट से भी ज़्यादा मुंबई कॉर्पोरेशन का बजट है. So earlier it was around 50 to 60,000 crore. Now I think it has crossed 80,000 crore. 80 something, no? So in since last 2 years, they are also making separate climate budget. So it's a part of a budget itself, but separate allocation for implementation of a climate change plan in a way, climate action plan. Sorry. So for 25-26, the budget was 16,000 crore. Out of this 82 whatever the budget is, out of that 16,000 crore is for climate change. And these are some key provisions: stormwater drain. For that department itself, some 113 crore they are spending. For roads and traffic, they are spending some 8,000 plus 5,000. So you are building a new road and some resilient infrastructure, and they are saying, and you are spending some 13,000 crore on it. So if you are building a coastal road, for example, might be coastal road का भी budget इसमें डाला होगा. So is it really a climate budget? What the coastal road will have impact on Mumbai's vulnerability to climate change or sea level rise, or in general environment, or Mumbai's biodiversity. आपने कुछ फॉलो किया था कोस्टल रोड के बारे में न्यूज़? अर्लियर जब प्लान एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन चालू होता, देयर वर ह्यूज प्रोटेस्ट अराउंड इट, because it was against biodiversity of Mumbai, it was against overall environmental vulnerability increase होने वाली थी. Many activists, urban planners, they were totally against it. And if you see now, the coastal road is mainly used by private cars, right? If you are building a new road, then it naturally attracts more vehicles. So जो for example में अगर अंधेरी बोरीली आई डोंट नो वहाँ जहाँ कहाँ तक कोस्टल रोड है, अर्लियर अगर मैं लोकल ट्रेन है फिर से आता कि बिकॉज मुझे ज़्यादा टाइम लगता था मेरी कार से जाने के लिए, 1.5 घंटा 2 घंटा ट्रैफिक जाम में फंसा रहता था. नाउ देयर इज कोस्टल रोड, सो आई कैन जस्ट टेक माई कार एंड गो टू साउथ मुंबई. सो नेचुरली इट it will increase the vehicle traffic. They are saying that the traffic congestion come hoga, so fuel efficiency badegi वगैरह and all. But overall, it will it will do? It will invite more private vehicles to come on road. So is it really a climate budget or is it a greenwash? We don't know. Could be. So out of that 16,000 crore, almost 13,000 crore, 13 or more than 13, I think, 13,000 crore at least, is going to these roads and all the provisions. So this thing is not happening in Mumbai or in case of Mumbai. This is happening from local to global, this greenwash thing. Even when developed countries give climate finance to countries like India, sometimes it is a form of a loan. It should not be a loan, it should be a grant. It is in form of a loan and they label it as a climate finance and all. So these type of things happen. So we as a youth, as a aware citizen, we should be aware of it. We should be able to identify which is actually useful thing to do and which is actually this kind of a greenwash. So we don't know. We need to investigate that into more. We need to read some more. We need to listen to environmentalists, what urban planners are saying really, whether this is really helpful for our city to fight climate change or it's just something else. So we saw that what is a climate change is some little bit scary picture was there, definitely. But this is not the first disaster human beings are facing, right? I think आपने सुना कि there was some period in the human history जब because of certain reasons human population almost wipe out होने के वर्ष पे थी, then we again revived. I don't remember exactly what that thing was in the very past, some thousands of years ago. Even during COVID, if you remember, हमें लगा था कि it will be quite disastrous and maybe it will have a really negative impact on human population, human beings in general. But we overcome that, right? Climate change is also one of such, could be one disaster human beings are facing. And we know this is not a natural one. It is a caused by human. We know it's science now. Climate change क्यों हो रहा है? What are its impacts? We all know that thing. So we also know what we need to do. We have no climate action plans. We have a mitigation strategy. We have adaptation strategy. Everything we have. So we are the part of problem. We are the part of solution. So, but we should be a climate conscious and not a climate anxious, right? Kuch anxiety le lo, because in youth these things are now also on the rise. The people who are into this climate activism and all, sometimes they also get depressed. They have the anxiety. They see their future not so good. But if we take some right steps in present and in near future, definitely human being will be able to survive this crisis also. Not human being, but the entire planet as Earth. So just be climate conscious and not a climate anxious. That's the last message I want to give. So we'll take a short break of 5 minutes and we have then some discussion around our Green Club activities. I want to understand more about what you do in the Green Club, what you did last year, what you want to do in next year. We want to have some discussion around it. So let's take a break of some 5 to 7 minutes max. You can stand up, make some movement, and then we'll again resume after 5 to 10 minutes. बना दिया ऐसे हुआ होगा, यस। ओके, नाइस, यस, yes, nice. So rather than doing the things individually, if you do it collectively, it can have more impact. That was your motivation to join Green Club. Any other motivation someone had apart from this? और क्या मोटिवेट करा आपको ग्रीन क्लब ज्वाइन करने में? ओके, ओके, यस। सो एनवायरनमेंट के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट करना, so that was your motivation. Any other motivation someone had? Yes. Okay, no points also. AICT I know, but that's not yes. Oh, so every 4 hours they get 1 point. Okay. Yes. And okay. Some incentive is there. Good. It should be, definitely. The few people are there कि वो सेल्फ मोटिवेशन से करते हैं, कुछ किसी के लिए कुछ इंसेंटिव लगता है, दैट्स फेयर, नो प्रॉब्लम. एनी अदर मोटिवेशन यू हैड? यस, कॉन्टैक्ट्स, नेटवर्किंग, लाइक माइंडेड लोगों के साथ मिलना, उनके साथ काम करना, क्योंकि शायद आप अलग अलग ब्रांचेस से बिलोंग करते होंगे, शायद अलग अलग डिविजन्स में होते होंगे, तो ग्रीन क्लब में है इसलिए आपकी शायद पहचान हो गई होंगी, आपको पता चला दूसरे के बारे में, व्हाट दे वांट. सो दैट्स अ नेटवर्किंग पार्ट, डेफिनेटली दैट कुड बी वन मोटिवेशन. आपने अभी तक किस किस ग्रीन क्लब एक्टिविटी में हिस्सा लिया या फिर ये किया? यू पार्टिसिपेट, नॉट ग्रीन क्लब कंडक्टेड, यू पार्टिसिपेटेड इन ग्रीन क्लब एक्टिविटी. कौन कौन सी एक्टिविटी में किया? क्लीन अप ड्राइव, वाटर ऑडिट किया, ओके, बीच क्लीन अप ड्राइव किया, ओके. क्लीन अप एंड बीच क्लीन अप द डिफरेंट थिंग्स का ऑन बीच एंड ऑन सम अदर थिंग्स, ओके. संजय गांधी नेशनल पार्क में, ओके, यस. और क्या क्या किया ग्रीन क्लब से? मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी, किसके लिए? बैठ के बोलना, प्रॉब्लम. आप ट्रेनिंग्स था, ओके, ब्रिटिश काउंसिल, ओके. ओके, वाओ, नाइस. तो क्या किया उससे? एंड व्हाट वाज योर आइडिया? ओके, okay. Any other activity you did? So building your own capacity through such trainings, that is definitely good. Working on such innovative concept, definitely. और क्या क्या किया ग्रीन क्लब में आके? किसके बारे में अवेयरनेस किया? क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर.
स्कूल विजिट.
स्कूल विजिट, वेस्ट सेग्रीगेशन के ऊपर अवेयरनेस किया, ओके. ओके, नाइस, डन. सो अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर या अपकमिंग ईयर में आप क्या एक्टिविटी करना चाहोगे? व्हाट आर योर प्लान्स? आइडियाथॉन, ओके. डिबेट, ओके. एनी अदर आइडियाज यू हैव फॉर नेक्स्ट ईयर? Okay. Is for your college or it's a pan city? Apart from your college, youth will also participate. So kind of a youth conference type of a thing or youth event you want to do. Okay. Any other plans? क्या करना चाहते हो last next year? Yes.
आई एम फ्रॉम EM डोमेन, तो लाइक नेक्स्ट ईयर के लिए मैंने एक इवेंट सोचा था। लाइक वो थोड़ा सा फन इवेंट रहेगा कि लाइक एक क्विज टाइप रहेगा। यूजुअली क्या होगा, उसमें हम कुछ चीज़ें देंगे, लाइक एज अ जज जो वो चीज़ें देंगे और ऑडियंस में से ऑप्शंस रहेंगे कि इस चीज़ को डिकम्पोज होने में कितना टाइम लगता है। तो इससे ऑडियंस को एक बोलते हैं कि एक फ़न भी होगा, क्विज भी होगा और उन्हें एक थोड़ी सी अवेयरनेस भी आएगी इस चीज़ को डिकम्पोज होने में इतनी टाइम लगता है और हम इसको ऐसे नॉर्मली यूज़ करें। तो मेरे पास एक
Some kind of a fun competition,
event
quiz you want to do. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other ideas? क्या करोगे next year?
Hello, I am from EM domain.
EM is what? Environment management or something else? I don't know. Event management. Okay.
As the one event is being conducted is the nature fun joy, like in that we have been captured the movement of the nature by we have been divided in the teams into one is the yellow, one is green, and one is the brown. In that they will be capturing the colors of the brown color, the things is been there, which will attract the youth.
So it's a fun event where youth can be mobilized and. Okay. Any other ideas? Like building on some already activities you have done and building on to that next year something. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. So some calling resource persons to interact with your Green Club members. Yes. कैसा होता है कि there are 2-3 types of activities that we do. Mainly some activities are just fun activities. So learning, knowledge are secondary. That's okay. So fun is the main thing. So environment ऐसा नहीं है कि climate change हो रहा है इसलिए हमें सब रो धो के ये सब कुछ करना है, ऐसा नहीं है. So it should be fun, definitely. So some fun activities definitely, as you mentioned, should be definitely there. Some activities are just to mobilize people, right? Like beach cleanup drive आप करते हो. You know कि आप every day अगर आप beach cleanup करोगे तब भी वो कचरा तो साफ नहीं होने वाला, right? So it's more of a also impact and doing your part definitely, but it's also kind of a mobilization thing कि जहाँ पे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बच्चे youth students आके participate करते हैं, and it's also a little bit fun plus contributing something, and it's a mobilization thing. Large people, you can some 100, 200, 300 people gather for beach cleanup drive. Some activities are there which are a part of a larger goal or change you want to make. They may not be visible activities like beach cleanup drive where you can have nice photographs with the waste, tree plantation, you can have a photo with your tree, you can have some social media posts and all. So there are some other kind of activities which are not really visible, but this can have a larger impact and they're a part of some larger goal you want to achieve. So just imagine at the end of next academic year maybe आप क्या अचीव करना चाहोगे? What would be vision of your green club? One is a long vision, maybe after 5-10 years, maybe by 2035 let's say, or 2030 let's say, SDG deadline we can take. So by 2030 हमारा ग्रीन क्लब कैसा होगा और हमारे ग्रीन क्लब में क्या क्या अचीव किया होगा, दैट कुड बी अ वन विजन. And but let's talk about one short-term goal of your green club. It's a larger vision, which could be abstract, but it's a goal, very specific goal that we can say. By next year, what you want to achieve? What problem you want to solve? Maybe it could be in your college campus. It could be in the surrounding community. So ऐसा किसी चीज़ के ऊपर काम करना चाहोगे? Could be your ultimate key. You can say कि by the end of the academic year 26-27, maybe exactly after 1 year or so, आपके ग्रीन क्लब ने क्या अचीव किया होगा? Okay. Okay. So one energy audit is a process. So उसके audit करोगे, आप कुछ suggestion निकालोगे, कुछ recommendations, and you do your part, management will do their part. So mainly energy conservation, and maybe for example we haven't done audit, but let's say 5% energy conservation you want to achieve at the end of the next year. After your audit you will be able to know कि वो 5 रहेगा, 10 रहेगा या 3% रहेगा. It is very important, even 2-3% in such a large institute. So that could be your one goal, and whatever the activities you plan throughout the year, starting with the energy audit, could be leading towards that energy conservation goal. I'm not saying that there should not be fun activity. Those events will go on parallelly. Your beach cleanup drives, your some session in school, your other fun events, some quiz, debate, resource persons lecture, everything will go on. But just some other activities, at least monthly or bi-monthly, one activity should be directed towards that goal. So audit हो गया तो audit के बाद जो भी आपके recommendation है उसके ऊपर जो काम करना है आपको, that should continue going on throughout the year. One suggestion is energy conservation, and some amount of energy you will conserve at the end of your next academic year. What are other ideas you have? Yes?
ग्रीन क्लब की स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाना, क्योंकि ग्रीन क्लब में मतलब स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ेगी तो हम छोटे शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए भी जो गोल्स होंगे हमारे उस पर भी काम करेंगे, तो लॉन्ग टर्म अफेक्ट करेगा वो और लोग जुड़ेंगे हमसे, तो हम स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाएंगे ग्रीन क्लब की.
Okay, that could be one. So strength कैसे बढ़ाओगे?
अवेयरनेस फैला के हम अपनी तरफ से अपना 100% देके काम करेंगे, जिससे लोग देख के इंस्पायर होंगे, हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे और हमें हेल्प करेंगे.
But that will be thing, but what will be the impact of it? Impact like energy conservation was a clear-cut goal कि by the end of next academic year we'll save, for example, 5% of energy of our college campus, just for example. That is a clear-cut defined goal. ऐसे किस सेक्टर में क्या गोल आप अचीव करना चाहोगे? That may not be in your college campus, that could be in nearby community also. Working with the community, that could be anything. ऐसा कुछ है?
वेस्ट के रिलेटेड हम करेंगे, हम अपने कॉलेज से स्टार्ट करेंगे, फिर सराउंडिंग में जाएंगे, ऐसे ही हम एक्सप्लोर करते रहेंगे, एक्सपांड होगा जिससे हमारे साथ लोग जुड़ेंगे.
So waste could be one sector you are saying. अब क्या करोगे exactly waste में? What would be your goal? Just segregation. Okay, so at the end of next academic year क्या होगा? सेग्रीगेशन होगा 100%. ऑलरेडी होता है कि नहीं होता है कॉलेज?
अभी भी मतलब कॉलेज में होता है, हम क्लीन अप ड्राइव के लिए भी गए, वैसे हम स्टार्ट करेंगे, ज़्यादा अमाउंट में कर सकते हैं, हम स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाएंगे तो हमारी ग्रीन क्लब.
Okay, strength बढ़ाना is definitely one part, but as a goal point of view, what you want to achieve, what change you want to see in your college, जैसे energy conservation था, even waste के बारे में something could be there. So what you want to do in waste, say for example, क्या करना चाहोगे? Segregation is one part. That's your goal. That could be कि by the end of next academic year, we will ensure ki whatever waste we generate in our college campus, that is 100% segregated. Could be goal. Any other goal? Hmm. Yes. Yes. There are two answers to it. First is there are some agencies like Vijay knows Sri Mukti Sangatna is there, which or there could be many other also, which work on these things. So rather than BMC, these people also manage your waste, but you have to give them segregated waste. Even if you further segregate it like plastic, paper, e-waste, and metal, glass, hazardous waste, etc., they manage that sanitary waste, etc. So you can connect with some other such agency. That is one part. And also, if BMC is not doing it, then they have that target under their climate action plan. So you have to visit your ward office. That could be one of the policy advocacy thing you can do. Just submit a letter. Na, ki we segregate, but your vehicle is not doing. You don't have that facility. So what's the point? So let them answer. What's the point of it? So that is another thing that so larger not only your college and the vehicle all vehicle collection can improve in a way that may not happen with your one letter definitely, but they should at least know ki somebody is demanding ki we segregate the waste and you are not doing it. Many societies ask this question कि we segregate but BMC वो एक ही डिब्बे में सब डाल देते तो हम क्यों segregate करें? So जो segregate करते they also get discouraged and they start mixing the waste ultimately. Yes. Yeah. So at least your wet waste you can manage on your campus, biodegradable waste. Either through a small biogas plant, very small, even for household level, for 4 or 5 people, a small biogas units are now available. So your college is quite big. So for biodegradable waste, if you have a little space also, composting or a biomethanation plant could be there. It has an investment, but your management, if you convince them enough, then they can definitely do. So at least wet waste is by weight is almost 60 to 70% almost. For college, I don't know, it could be different, but for household is 60-70%. So majority part of it is then gone. Other part, some part of it are recyclables, which recyclables are happy to take definitely. For other part like non-recyclable things, then you have to hand over to BMC. We don't have any option. So waste management, you can have certain goals like segregation. Okay, by the end of next year, there could be source segregation on our college campus, right? Not only in dry and wet, it could have dry, wet, sanitary waste and hazardous waste. Like municipal solid waste management rules also tell us to segregate into 4 ways, not only wet and dry, but they have the system for 4 ways actually. Hazardous and sanitary waste they have added now. So at least 4-way segregation your college campus can have. And for each stream, there could be some different mechanism to manage that waste you can identify. So that could be one goal. Any other ideas? कि क्या goal हो सकता है at the end of next academic year? One is related to energy, one is related to waste. These two are good enough? Any one of it at least? So अगर ये आपको अचीव करना है, so let's take an example of say waste management. So at water recharge is hydrogeological things are really involved and whether it is feasible here. Rainwater harvesting also? That could be one. After water audit you can at least calculate rainwater harvesting potential of your college campus also. So rainwater harvesting is a thing which can't be applied to each and every place, frankly speaking, because it is also hydrogeological aquifers are involved. So whether your college falls in recharge area or discharge, you need to know first. So corporations and government pushes for each and every building, but scientifically it doesn't really make sense. कि जो रिचार्ज एरियाज है एक्चुअली हाइड्रोजियोलॉजी वहाँ पे ही रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग होना इट्स मेक सेंस, अदर इट्स नॉट रियली अ गुड थिंग टू इन्वेस्ट ऑल्सो. तो वो हाइड्रोजियोलॉजी पहले समझना वो इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग इफ यू वांट टू गो फॉर. सो let's take at least one example, either energy or waste, and let's spend 5-10 minutes what activities you want to design around it to achieve that goal. कौन सा लेना है, energy या waste? Waste. Okay. So for example, imagine by end of next academic year our goal is to only segregate or also manage to start. Okay. So yes. So बोलो बोल रहे हो कि नहीं बोल रहे?
Sir, the second we can do is the water conservation. As the water that has been coming from the AC, we can be in the further future take that water.
Could be a small project definitely to conserve the water of AC and reuse it.
As in the college and the
Yes.
school, there has been lots of AC has been used.
Definitely.
So we can use that water, and it can be, for example, there has been loss of lack of water. As in the Mumbai, there has been very lack of the water because of sometimes the climate change and lots of issue. So we can use that water into the planting of tree and remain the environment cool and.
You can reuse that water for trees or any other purpose. Yes. So, but considering one goal of the waste management, कि at the end of the academic year, you want that your college has or college campus has a waste segregation, source segregation, and some part of it you want to also streamline the processes. So, throughout the year, what you will do? At the end, you want that result. तो एक्टिविटीज़ क्या प्लान करोगे ऐसे? कैन यू सजेस्ट फ्यू एक्टिविटीज़ कि वो गोल अचीव करने के लिए करना क्या पड़ेगा? वेस्ट सेग्रीगेशन अचीव करना है एट द एंड ऑफ द ईयर. तो इन बिटवीन, तो एट द एंड ऑफ द ईयर इफ़ यू स्टार्ट थिंकिंग जैसे आप एग्जाम के पहले दिन प्रिपेयर करते हो तो नहीं होगा ना, इट्स अ प्रोसेस. सो थ्रू आउट द ईयर यू हैव टू वर्क ऑन इट. तो क्या करोगे? क्या लगता है कि कैसे ये गोल अचीव होगा? ओके. Okay. Okay. There are foot operated dustbins also. थोड़ा low key solutions, because you can also identify na whether it's something is waste is in my hand, it is glass or paper or a wet waste. So why you need sensors for that? But, so for that purpose what you have to do first, wrong purpose, कोई wrongly glass की जगह paper या फिर paper की जगह plastic या उसके जगह organic waste ना डाले, उसके लिए पहले source segregation को perfect कैसे बनाना पड़ेगा. These are the things जो 5-10% here and there हो जाएगा, उसके लिए we will do something. But what about rest things जो आपको लगता है कि लोगों ने source segregation करना चाहिए? If I have something in the waste, I should put it in the proper bin. That's it. That will achieve at least sort your 80-90% problem at least. So वो कैसे होगा? कितना strength है आपके college का? Some 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. Okay. So 6,000 लोग. Almost everybody will generate waste some point of other time, not every day maybe, but generate some kind of a waste. So वो उन्होंने right dustbin में डालना चाहिए. इसके लिए क्या करोगे? वही तो हमें अचीव करना है. Okay. Yes, color coding. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So at least नीले डस्टबिन में क्या डालना है, रेड में क्या डालना है, ग्रीन में क्या डालना है, वाइट में क्या डालना है. पीपल शुड नो दैट कलर कोडिंग. सो एटलीस्ट हैव सम कि इस डस्टबिन में आपको क्या डालना है उसका, अगर उसके ऊपर थोड़ा ग्राफिक कुछ आपने डाल दिया तो होगा पार्टली. फॉर सम पीपल हु आर अर्ली लर्नर्स दे विल अडेप्ट दैट डेफिनेटली, बट सम लोग आर नॉट दैट अवेयर ऑल्सो कि उठा दिया डाल दिया फिनिश, देख लेगा जो मैनेज करना है वो. सो सिर्फ पोस्टर लगाने से काम होगा. डेफिनेटली वन गुड स्ट्रेटेजी कि वहाँ पे पोस्टर होना चाहिए कि कौन से डस्टबिन में क्या डालना चाहिए, मगर वो अवेयरनेस कौन फैलाएगा कि आपको ये करना है, ये बताएगा कौन. वैसा तो सब जगह लिखा रहता है ना कि थूको मत, ये मत करो, हम तो लोग तो करते हैं. सो जस्ट पोस्टर लगाने से बिहेवियर चेंज 100% नहीं होगा. पार्ट ऑफ इट 10-20% डेफिनेटली. वहाँ पे एक आदमी रखेंगे कौन क्या हाँ डालता है, सीसीटीवी कैमरा, तो वो रिकॉर्डिंग चेक कौन करेगा उसके लिए कोई तो आदमी चाहिए ना. और इतने कैमरा, इतने डस्टबिन और उतने कैमरा रहेंगे ना, सबको जाके बता सकते हैं कि किसको एजुकेशन कर सकते हैं उतना, राइट. अवेयरनेस तो क्रिएट अपने कैंपस में कर सकते हैं कि क्या करना है, व्हाट चेंज, व्हाट न्यू सिस्टम वी आर ब्रिंगिंग एंड वी हैव टू डू इट. सो फाइन विन तो आगे का हो गया. वी एजुकेशन करने के बाद भी जो लोग नहीं सुन रहे, एजुकेशन वो डस्टबिन के ऊपर सब पोस्टर वोस्टर लगाने के बाद भी नहीं सुन रहे, उसके लिए फाइन इज ओके. बट फाइन करना ही ना पड़े इसके लिए एजुकेशन तो कर सकते हो. तो क्या 6,000 लोग हैं, कैसे करोगे? तो उसके लिए कुछ एक्शन प्लान बनाना पड़ेगा, कैसे कैसे अप्रोच होगे. सो दैट कुड बी योर वन entire maybe semester will go into that actually. So that could be one action. Having dustbins जहाँ जहाँ ज़रूरत है, जहाँ जहाँ इसने बताया कि जहाँ पे उस टाइप का वेस्ट अगर ज़्यादा निकलता है तो वहाँ पे उस टाइप के ज़्यादा डस्टबिन होने चाहिए. जैसे आपने एनर्जी का ऑडिट बताया, तो वी शुड स्टार्ट विद एक्चुअली द वेस्ट ऑडिट ऑफ योर कॉलेज कैंपस. टू स्टार्ट विद कितना वेस्ट जनरेट होता है, कितने टाइप का कितना जनरेट होता है. देन यू कैन हैव द बेटर स्ट्रेटेजी कहाँ पे कितने डस्टबिन चाहिए. बिकॉज इवन वन साइज फिट्स ऑल ऑल्सो डजेंट होल्ड गुड. कि जैसे म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ड्राई वेट वेट वेस्ट के लिए सबको राउंड डस्टबिन दे देते हैं, जो छोटे वाले. बट द ड्राई वेस्ट रियली डजेंट फिट इन द राउंड डस्टबिन, इट्स अ बॉक्स और इट इज समथिंग एल्स. So for that purpose, maybe square dustbin is more suitable. So such type of decision you have to take based on the situation. So waste audit could be one thing. पूरे कॉलेज कैंपस का थ्रू ग्रीन क्लब अगर यू स्टार्ट विद द वेस्ट ऑडिट, देन यू विल नो कि कहाँ कहाँ पे एक्चुअली हमें इंटरवेंशन करने की ज़रूरत है. देन सम काइंड ऑफ अवेयरनेस, सम काइंड ऑफ अ पोस्टर्स थिंग, सम काइंड ऑफ अ फाइन दैट कुड बी इंट्रोड्यूस. बट ये पूरा सिस्टम के लिए once your plan is ready, there could be some kind of a SOP for your college campus. कि what is the waste management SOP for our college campus? स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर क्या है, स्टूडेंट्स ने क्या करना है, स्टाफ ने क्या करना है, किस डस्टबिन में क्या डालना है, उसका एक छोटा डॉक्यूमेंट फॉर नॉट फॉर जस्ट कीपिंग देयर एज अ क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्लान, बट एक्चुअली टू वर्किंग ऑन दैट डॉक्यूमेंट एंड हाउ मच यू हैव अचीव्ड. टू जस्ट टू से फिक्सिंग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज यूजर की या फिर वेस्ट जनरेटर की क्या है, वेस्ट मैनेजर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है, यू कैन फिक्स दैट. So awareness, some kind of a posters, that is also part of our awareness and education. Some kind of a document where responsibilities are fixed. Some kind of a fine. Fine कौन करेगा? As a green club member, you can't do the fine, ना? Fine करने के लिए किसी को maybe college management या फिर जो भी housekeeping रहेंगे, they may be able to do that. और somebody else, वो जवाबदारी किसके ऊपर fix करनी पड़ेगी? What should be the amount of fine? Everything. So ये step by step if you move, starting from education awareness, then maybe at the end of the year you will be able to achieve source segregation and some kind of a streamlining your wastings, right? So likewise you can decide such small targets every year. Also do the fun activities, cleanup drives, everything, mobilization thing, definitely do. But keep in mind whatever goal you have decided at the end of the year. It could be waste, it could be energy, anything. But go with some plan. So randomly activity karoge, that is also good. But if you plan something, keep a goal and then align your activities towards that goal, that will be for long term benefit मिलने के लिए for your college campus, it will be really useful, right? It will be learning for you also. Okay. So thank you very much कि सेशन थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड हो गया, आई गेस. आपकी तालियों से मुझे पता चला कि अभी ख़त्म करो. Yes. So thank you very much for calling me and
It's really a fabulous session. Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a thought-provoking and amazingly insightful seminar. As we draw the curtains on today's event, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to esteemed guests for taking out their precious time and coming to our institution to deliver an awesome seminar. I request Mr. Avdut Abhyankar sir to step onto the stage and also request our faculty coordinator, Mrs. Priyanka Deshmukh ma'am, to kindly come on the stage and to give a moment of appreciation to our guest. Now, I request Mr. Vijay Sabkal sir to please come on stage. I also request to faculty coordinator Mrs. Priyanka Deshmukh ma'am to kindly come on the stage and give a moment of appreciation. Thank you. We would like to thank the management for providing us the infrastructure for this event. To our esteemed principal, Dr. B.K. Mishra, to our vice principal, Dr. R.R. Sidamkar, who unwavering support let us young mind dream big and dream. Our heartfelt thanks to Dean SSW Lochan Jollyman for being a constant source of support and motivation. I also thanks to our faculty coordinator, Mrs. Priyanka Deshmukh ma'am, for her constant guidance. To our Green Club team members for their tireless efforts in making this event possible. And also TCET CAP team for constant capturing the movement. Thank you. With that, we officially conclude today's program. Remember, the future is sustainable and it starts with you. Thank you.
I would like all to come here and for a photograph. चलो आ जाओ.